Welcome to the Brian Craig Show podcast. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Welcome one and all. And here we have another great, glorious day of President Trump doing exactly what we elected him to do. The president has been conducting these ICE raids, which are just beautiful and spectacular and the kind of thing that really should have been happening for a long, long time, but it hasn't. But they're happening now, and that's good, and they should have happened 25 years ago. And I'm going to go through some of the video and the stories that were going on with the ICE raid and everything. But so many darn ads. But there's so many things to cover with this. And there's a backstory as to how this ICE raid actually happened. So what happened, what led up to this ICE raid? These are the things that we're going to be covering on the program today and taking your calls. Welcome, everyone, to the program. When you look at these ICE raids that are happening, okay? These ICE raids, when I was a kid growing up in the 80s and in the 70s, ICE raids were normal. They happened all the time. It was regular business. And not only did people not think about it, it was just the way it was. I mean, so what we're seeing now is what America used to be like until we were taken over by not just invaders, because there has definitely been a massive invasion into the United States by tens of millions of illegals that was aided by the Democrat Party. That's a fact. But what's happened, it's gone to another stage of colonization. They have been colonizing the partially conquered land of America, the illegals. And I'm going to go through this article in the New York Post, and then I want to share with you the backstory as to how this ICE raid came to be, which is just fantastic. This is in the New York Post. ICE agents make bust on Canal Street in New York City's Chinatown in effort to crack down on vendors. Federal immigration authorities arrested multiple people, including illegal vendors and enraged protesters on Tuesday afternoon in a targeted operation on Canal Street in Manhattan's Chinatown, authorities said. Now this is, I'm wondering, does this have, well, I'll get into that, but, I'm wondering how these activists are there. Were these just people that were on the street, or did somehow were they tipped off, which is illegal, were they tipped off that it was coming and they ran out there? I don't know. ICE agents descended on the block between Lafayette and Center Street, which is typically crowded with merchants selling knockoff designer bags. So that's another federal crime right there. And other items around 4 p.m. Some vendors tried to flee, with some seen running and falling as agents chased, according to WABC. And these are some photographs of the ICE agents, and then you can see this angry woman in the background yelling at them. So what? Here's another one. The operation turned chaotic as protesters shouted obscenities and blocked vehicles, the Department of Homeland Security said in a statement to the New York Post. At least one rioter was arrested for assault on a federal officer, which is a very, very severe crime, during the targeted intelligence-driven enforcement operation with multiple foreign federal agencies. During the arrest of one vendor, bystanders became enraged and yelled at ICE agents in their face, calling them Nazis and fascist. ICE agents reportedly began slamming people to the ground, leading other bystanders to join the mob, the outlet said. Federal officers responded by pulling out batons and riot shields. And this is what we voted for. This is what we wanted. You right? There's all kinds of rules. I got my passport here. I've had to renew it to go on our MAGA cruise. So I'm going to go through some of the video of the raid, but first I want to tell you what happened that led to this raid. If you're new to my program, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk, and of course we do take live calls. So what happened here is there's a YouTuber, Savannah Hernandez, who also works for Turning Point USA. I met her at Turning Point, and she's pretty well known and getting more well known all the time. She was at the White House meeting on Antifa. Was it last week or the week before? She was one of the journalists there, and she's a Laura Loomer type. And she, like an investigative conservative journalist. And I first heard about her about 5 or 6 years ago during the lockdowns. She was doing some coverage during the lockdowns, and she's been with Turning Point for quite some time, a few years now. And she's in New York City with something to do with Turning Point. This is how this raid came to be. This was a couple days ago, and I saw this video of Savannah Hernandez online because I follow her on X. I saw this video here, and it was, okay, the vendors on the street. I've seen this many times in New York City. But her video is what led to the ICE raid itself. In fact, some of the stories that you'll see, she's done some work for InfoWars, but she's mainly with Turning Point and Independent. She's got her own YouTube channel, Sav Says. And she posted this video up there, and some of the news stories you'll see say ICE raid in response to conservative influencer, right? Or variations of that. She's the conservative influencer. So this is the video that she made just a couple days ago in New York. That is the reason that this beautiful ICE raid took place on Canal Street yesterday.
This is Savannah Hernandez in New York City, and okay, my friends, I was just driving down the street, I was Ubering, and I saw this huge market of African migrants selling all of these bags along this sidewalk. The sidewalk was actually completely full of people, so I was like, okay, pull over, let me see what's going on. Now, I'm walking along this street, and the entire sidewalk was completely packed with people buying these Louis Vuitton bags, buying these YSL bags. Obviously, all of them are knockoffs. Now, I spoke to some of the migrants. They were telling me they're all from Senegal. And as I'm walking around, they all start grabbing their bags very quickly. Again, this entire block was filled with all of these bags, and they picked them all up very quickly. Within 2 minutes, they all started jumping in vehicles, running away. I was speaking to one of the migrants, and he ended up telling me that they don't have the license to sell these purses. It's illegal, and if the cops catch them, they will come and take away all of their products. Another thing that I noticed too, because I was filming, is these migrants, very similar to Paris, telling me that I can't film here.
Hey, you do the film here.
And that I wasn't allowed to be, using my camera. So they're being a little bit of aggressive toward me, and it just looked just like Paris. I was just in Paris, a month ago, and it looks the exact same here on the streets of New York as it did over there. Again, I've just never seen this. Maybe this is a common thing, but again, the entire sidewalk was completely filled with these knockoff fake purses. And then as soon as they thought the cops were going to come, they all just took off running. Craziest thing I've ever seen.
Okay, so I saw this video like 2 days ago, and probably a lot of you may have seen it too on X. And I thought, okay, and she's a news person. She always has good news. And I thought, this is... When I first saw this a couple days ago, I was like, yeah, okay, we know about the street vendors. I was surprised that she posted it because it didn't seem like news. And then that raid happens yesterday on Canal Street, and then news accounts are saying ICE raid in New York City in response to conservative influencers' video. And then I remember the video, and it's her. So this little video that she did, it's amazing, right? She was just going by in her Uber, taking an Uber, just going by, saw this, said, let me get out and go make this video with all these illegals committing the felony of selling counterfeit designer goods. And look at this. This is a global story that was inspired by that little report. See, this is what the mainstream media really freak out about, is because we have, the new media. And the new media, they can't contain things. The new media gets everything out there, and the mainstream media can't filter and contain things, and they've lost complete control. Not just the mainstream media, because they're part of the whole Republican establishment and everything. This is an absolutely beautiful thing that happened here, and all inspired by her, Savannah Hernandez. And then if you look at some of the videos of these raids, here's one of them. Look at that. A lot of arrests.
Yep.
And you can tell the illegals that they're arresting are in total shock, because they feel completely fearless of arrest. Yeah, don't they? Yeah. And I'm wondering, are we seeing also a large presence in New York City with ICE as the lead up to this mayoral race, right? If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And if you'd like to call in, please do. The number is toll free no matter where you're watching. And it's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. And another thing about Savannah Hernandez being the person that discovered this, reported on it, put the video up online, and someone in the Trump administration saw it, and ordered this raid. She is Hispanic / Asian, Filipino or something like this. She's some Asian ethnicity. I don't know Filipino, but she's Asian and Hispanic. So, there's no, they can't say, oh, racist white American, because she is a person who's not white. Here's a still photo. I mean, look at this lunatic woman behind ICE, just losing her freaking mind, and she's like, how dare you deport these illegal people that are out here committing crimes? Even if they were Americans, they're committing a federal crime because they're selling the counterfeit designer things, right? Purses, wallets, and everything else. Feds, I've seen feds over the years in the news raiding all kinds of people that are selling counterfeit designer anything, right? So we've got double federal crimes here. The federal crime, which is a pretty serious one, of selling the counterfeit goods of the designer, labels, and they're in the country illegally. That's boom, double. So that they got them. And, and the shock factor is that they just don't, they did not see this coming, because no one enforced this ever. Here's another video. I love this stuff. This is awesome. By the way, don't forget, the early pre-show here is brought to you by Mike Lindell at MyPillow. Make sure you go to MyPillow.com and use our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and let Mike Lindell know that his sponsorship is money well spent. We're approaching the end of the second month of his sponsorship for the expansion, so they'll be meeting with me either Halloween, which is the last day of the month, or the Monday after, to let me know if they're going to continue the expanded partnership. All right, so you got to go to mypillow.com and use the promo code Kane, Kane, at checkout. All right, here we go. ICE agents walking the streets. Does anyone know what HSI is? Homeland Security something. I don't know what the I stands for. Look at that. Arrest of illegals. Bye-bye. And the counterfeit goods that's being arrested. He's like, this is crazy. He's in total shock that he's been arrested. He said basically what his attitude is, well, I thought this was a sanctuary city where we could be here illegally. openly and commit the federal crime of selling counterfeit designer merchandise. How dare you arrest me for doing these crimes? Oh, this is okay. Let me pull this one up. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Look at them attacking federal agents. These agents are brave people. I mean, look at this. They're surrounded by an angry, hostile mob, and they're HSI. See, there it is again. I'm not sure what HSI is. Anyone know? I just am assuming Homeland Security something. I don't know. But they are incredibly brave. They are surrounded by an angry, hostile mob, and boom, they're just doing it.
Move back! Move back! Nobody wants to run. Don't push us. You're supposed to be slowly. You're strong.
I mean, these people they've just lost it, right? They're just, how dare you? This is our city. You know, this is Mamdani's city. You know, I'm wondering what impact it's going to have on the mayoral's race. This could be good for us in New York.
Is running now again. This person, we've been watching this person.
This is a report from News Nation, by the way.
Is running now again. This person, we've been watching this person. He has been pushing ICE agents and police, and people have been defending him. There's another woman right in front. She was also pushing some of these officers. Whether they know someone who was arrested by police for being undocumented is unclear. Again, we're trying to figure out how many arrests there actually were that were undocumented immigrants as opposed to protesters. At this point, these are protesters who are being arrested.
Yeah, notice right.
Yeah, what a punk, right? They take off his scarf or whatever he's covering his face up with, and he's some young punk. Again, here's a reporter from News Nation. Is this not exactly what we voted for? When I saw this raid this morning, it just made me proud. I mean, we're getting our country back, right? You know, our country has been hijacked by illegal invaders who have taken it over. And over the last few years, they've had the Democrat Party in government at the highest levels and at every level, really, of Democrat government in this country, from the feds on down to the most tiny little local Democrat in the country, helping them with Invasion USA. And we're taking our country back. I mean, this is some operation. Okay, so here's a very brave reporter from News Nation.
You know, it's hard to believe that this is Manhattan and it's 2025 and it looks like a war zone out here. People are masked up. They're not showing their faces. Everyone has a cell phone out. They're videoing it and sending it back. It's just causing such a stir. And, you know, to be totally honest, it's very difficult to watch. This is a city that we love.
I love watching it.
This is a city where there are so many people who are working very hard. It's just so incredibly divisive. And regardless of what your view is, it's a difficult situation all around. Here is this armored vehicle. As you see, we have not seen it. Somebody's on the ground. We're running over to that. Our photographer, Greg, is running. Now again, this person, we've been watching this person. He has been pushing ICE agents and police, and people have been defending him. There's another woman right in front.
Look at this. This is the longer view of that arrest I showed earlier.
Who was arrested by police for being undocumented is unclear. Again, we're trying to figure out how many arrests there actually were that were undocumented immigrants as opposed to protesters. At this point, these are protesters who are being arrested.
Look at that punk.
You'll notice right away there that protester being arrested was covering his face and the agents took the face
right.
covering off of him when he was on the ground. But you said you saw that person earlier causing issues?
You know, yes, and I know.
I mean, this is a war zone, and News Nation. She seems nervous to me. She all of a sudden, here she is at New York City, covering a war on the city streets. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll play a little bit more. We'll take some calls. If you want to call in, if you're watching live, of course, the number is pinned in the live chat. It's toll free no matter where you're located. 888-465-2631.
There's a lot of discussion as to whether people come down and kind of stir the pot in some of these situations. Whether he was
love
one
it.
of those, protesters or activists. There has been this group of people, this woman also, kind of threw herself in front of vehicles. We thought she had gotten hit by a car momentarily. Same thing. The man, he had his face covered the entire time. His covering is actually right here on the ground. He was taken into custody. It looks like
evidence.
a t-shirt that he had been wearing. But again, they're still on the move. Now, this is rush hour traffic in Manhattan.
Perfect time to do it.
Soho through Tribeca. Now we're toward the financial district and right by the U.S. courthouse where we've been covering several stories.
I love it.
People are just yelling at the police officers. You can see people in suits coming out. Now they're turning right. Just to give you some perspective, we are on Lafayette now, and
you know, one thing you see about this, okay, one of the things you notice about this, I'm glad they did it. This is around 4 in the afternoon. It's beautiful, bright day in New York City, and you can see who the aggressors are, right? It's these lunatic Democrats are the aggressors.
let's see.
They're losing their illegals, their precious illegals.
They're heading out. They're just trying to get out of here. Fully square. Thank you. Yes. But yeah, so
That's
you
right
can
by
see
the
right here,
courthouses, right?
there's
Like
a
you said,
police-
that's fully square.
We are right at the courthouse,
Right.
right where we've been covering Mangione trial, and
The
just around
Mangione
the
trial's
corner.
going on there.
So what happened is, police officer, there's a woman in an Amazon jacket here, cursing at officers. Yeah, I see. What are you seeing, ma'am?
I'm seeing that they're throwing people on the ground for simply standing and using their First Amendment right to protest.
Okay, why did you join the protest, and where did you join the protest?
I joined at Canal Street. We heard noise from our office and came on down because this is insane what they're doing to people. It's inhumane.
Have you seen them making any arrests of undocumented immigrants or
This
protesters?
is beautiful.
Protesters, yes, they're doing it right now. You're missing it.
Look at these white girls here. Oh my goodness. You know, they're probably afraid. These two girls are probably afraid they're going to lose their illegal nanny or something, right? You know, what the Democrats really are worried about here is that they're losing their slave labor force. Their slave labor force is being deported, and that has them freaked out. I mean, look at these two girls here. I mean, they're hysterical lunatics. Watch these two girls.
From our office and came on down because this is insane what they're doing to people. It's inhumane.
Have you seen them
Inhumane.
making any arrests of undocumented immigrants or protesters?
Protesters, yes, they're doing it right now. You're missing it. This woman was literally just standing in the street trying to get across it.
In the street, in the front of the cars. Well, that'll get you arrested.
And they threw her on the ground. Military vehicles that they pulled in?
Yes, we have.
I love
Thank
it.
you for talking with us. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of people. People are angry with us for covering this.
I love it.
There's just a lot of anger overall. But as you can see, it's some of the same people that have been walking all the way across, and they're just so angry. I've never seen people just so emotional about all of this.
Have you
Emotional.
seen any New York City
Liberals.
police officers, Jess? Any in-
I'm emotional too. The emotion of joy, of happiness. What emotion are you feeling watching this?
NYPD at all, or all federal agents?
Yeah, right there. You can see them. They are just starting to pull up. So now they've got federal agents and the police are standing right here. So they're all in blue. Then you'll see some people with like zip ties. I'm sorry, I don't want to get hit by a car. You'll see people with like holding zip ties that they would use to make an arrest. And then you've got, you know, people who are just trying to get home right here, you know, driving up and down the street, just trying to, who are caught in this mess. You've got people on bikes. You've got people yelling here. I mean, you've seen these images before, but they're yelling at the police officers. This is the strategic response group of New York PD. I would say there are a couple dozen police officers, and they're just kind of watching all of this. unfold.
There you go. There you have it. I mean, this is as good as it gets. All right, let's take some calls. The number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. Once, twice. All right, you missed your chance. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. Good morning. You know.
Oh, this is
Brian,
a great day, Richie.
I woke up differently today. The first thing I did, I got up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I went into the bathroom and I dyed my hair purple.
Oh, great.
Orange and green.
Awesome.
Orange and green. And
awesome.
then I said, I saw this video that you put on, and you know, how dare ICE do their job? How dare people, you know, I mean, this is not humane to take people that are literally on the street blatantly selling stuff like Louis Vuitton bags and all this other stuff.
Yes.
Where years ago, somebody would come up to you and they would say Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and all this, and they take you into some apartment somewhere.
They don't even have a vendor's permit to sell on the sidewalk. I mean, Richie, in all seriousness, if you and I went down to the beach today and sat on the sidewalk with counterfeit Louis Vuitton and Gucci, how long would it be till we got arrested?
5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
5
Even in
minutes.
our MAGA hats. And do you think we'd have a crowd of, they're taking away our migrants?
Yeah.
Hold on, Rich. Let me answer these phones that are coming in. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you think you'd have all these maniacs running around screaming, they're arresting, how are you humane, they're taking these guys away. Let me tell you, people out there,
I love
not
it.
for nothing, but in New York City, they have stores like Walgreens, Target, and everything else. These people that are illegal, not undocumented. Let's get that. Illegal people in this country that are actually walking into Walgreens and all these other stores and shoplifting right before everyone's eyes.
Yep.
Putting a blanket right in front of the store on the street, selling the products that they just sold, that they just stole. You know. I mean, it's like.
Well, Mamdani Mamdani, part of his policy, is to legalize misdemeanors, which include theft up to $1,000. So you could go into a store and steal $999.99 and not be arrested. And I wonder, is that per offense? So can I go to like 10 different stores a day and steal 10 grand worth of stuff under Mamdani's policy?
Right, and then you're gonna pitch a blanket that you probably stole too, and then you're gonna put all the stuff that you just took out of Walgreens or Target. You're gonna put it right on the ground.
That's right.
And you're gonna sell it at 50% off.
That's beautiful. This is great.
This is great. This
I love
is great.
it.
And I have no emotion with this. First of all, I go on YouTube. Okay, Brian. I see this a guy. Can I name his name? You might know him.
Yeah, go ahead.
YouTuber. I mean, Kurt Kaz. He's from South Africa, and he's gone right now. He's taken the European tour, and he has a bodyguard, and he goes into these areas of France, Germany. All these countries are gone.
Yeah.
You're seeing it in New York right now. If you think this is going to stop at New York. This is, and it's just really bad.
Well, they got this. There's a story today. This is a cool story. They got this new lady prime minister in Japan, the first female prime minister of Japan. Her first action is a massive deportation of illegals in the country. She said no Muslims, they're out, and she's immediately turned into Tom Homan when she became, and Donald Trump when she became prime minister. Donald Trump is putting something in play here. No one wants to fall like Europe has. Europe's fallen. It's been conquered.
100%. Also I'm going to bring up Chicago. You heard about the judge that said that she's going to arrest ICE agents.
Yes.
If they arrest illegal people.
Yeah,
near
exactly.
the courthouse.
Yeah. Good luck.
Come on. This is getting out of control. This is getting out of control, man.
Oh, this is fun.
So out of control.
I'm gonna spend my day watching these videos. I'm hoping they do more ICE raids, and this also I wonder what impact ICE raids in New York City are going to have on Election Day.
Nothing, because you see those crazy people that are screaming, "This is not humane." These are the people that are going to vote for Mondani.
Yeah.
These are brainwashed
Now,
young people.
if you have the ICE agents near the voting places, some people may not vote. They may not go in.
Yeah, well,
they may keep on walking.
It's so. This city is so shot. I sit there and I know what it was like growing up, and I see what it is today, and I can't believe how politicians have totally screwed this city so bad over the last 50 years.
This is as good as it gets.
And this used to be, if you go back and look at beautiful vintage videos of New York in the 50s and 60s, and you see how the people on the streets dressed properly, going to work, and now you look 50 years later, and you see people illegally here from all over the world.
Yeah, it's great.
Like big birds, selling crap on the sidewalk, laying there.
Mm-hmm.
You see homeless laying all over. You can't make this up, what they have done to New York City.
And if you notice, the major resistance is coming from the liberal white Democrats, not the illegals selling the counterfeit merch. They're mostly cooperating.
Yeah, you got the little old ladies with the upside down American flag saying Trump is terrible.
Yeah. Or the young Karen who's worried that her nanny is getting rounded up. All right, Richie, I'll talk to you later. Take care. All right, let's take some more calls here. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
You support a child molester.
I don't know who you're talking about. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike from Louisiana.
Hey, Mike.
You know, I was watching that earlier video with that blind reporter from the news station.
Yep.
Think about this now. About the 45-second mark, she realizes, oh my God, I'm a war correspondent.
Yes.
You know?
Exactly. She looked nervous. She looked very nervous to me. She's covering the Maggione trial, and then all of a sudden, this breaks out.
Yes, and she flat out said, "Look, this is a war zone, you know,"
mm-hmm.
and it's exactly what this is. It's so bad down here in New Orleans that the feds have now currently taken over the New Orleans Police Department.
Yep, they sure have. I know, this is great stuff. I'm excited. This is amazing. You know, this whole thing in New York City. You know, this is why we voted for Trump. This is exactly what we wanted to happen. And you see these lunatic New Yorkers in the street. They're like, how dare you? They're just, flabbergasted. Hey, Mike, it's good to hear from you. All right, watch this. Here's another video. This is the ICE raids in New York. Look at this. These are the locals screaming.
Get the fuck out of here!
Everybody's gotta run for life!
Everybody's Wow. Oh, this is great stuff. Now, of course, all of this extended programming I'm doing is brought to you by Mike Lindell at MyPillow. Make sure you go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, for huge savings.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
On the line, we have Bruce. Bruce is a client of Jupiter Joe Thomas. He heard me talking with Joe Thomas about annuities and what a great deal they are, and he went in with his wife, and now he's a client. Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Brian.
So tell me about your experience with Jupiter Joe Thomas.
A fine gentleman. We sat down with Joe, and we explained everything to him, and we brought all our information, and he worked everything out great.
The cool thing about annuities is your money's never at risk. You're guaranteed a revenue stream for the rest of your life, but there's a bonus, really a signing bonus, where you can make a boatload of money before you even leave Joe Thomas's office. Can you talk a little bit about that, Bruce?
Well, that's where I was surprised when we sat down. We talked about the bonuses, and to my amazement, it was 10%, and there was even another one that's bigger.
Wow, that's amazing. So you made 10% on your money before you even got back in your car.
Yeah, it was more than that, but it was great.
Listen, guys, do what Bruce did. Give Jupiter Joe Thomas a call. You can set up a free consultation either on the phone or in the office, and Joe Thomas will put together a custom proposal just for you. His number is 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999, and online at jupiterjoe.com. All right, Bruce, thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Brian.
All right, we're back. I'm Brian. If you're on hold, stand by. Welcome, everyone. What we're covering this morning are these beautiful ice raids in New York City, and this is fun and beautiful stuff. This is what we voted for. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I come from Texas, and I went to a No Kings rally and to interview all the millions of Trump haters who hate our favorite candidate, Donald Trump. You want to know what they said?
Our candidate? He's not our candidate. He's the president.
Yeah, he's the president. Yes, he's our favorite president. You want to know what they said about him? They said that Donald Trump is on the FC club.
Whatever that means. Could you even understand what he was saying? I knew that was coming. Oh, my goodness. I could tell by his voice. All right. Oh, let me pull up this other video. This is just does not get old. I was watching these this morning.
Oh my God, a Chinita.
What does that mean? Chinita? Is that a name? Someone's name? Can anybody translate that? They had their No Kings rally. This is our rally, okay? Ice raids. Those are our rallies. They're happening in a city near you, coast to coast. Yes, I love it. I love it. And I love the sirens.
Look at this big dummy.
Right here,
Look at this big dummy.
I think some of my callers are here.
They wildin' out here.
Oh, this is just what a great thing to wake up to, huh? Don't you like waking up to this? Look at that. Ice on the streets. I love it. I love it. We're so lucky, you know. I mean, we're living through such a great and beautiful time and you really want to appreciate it. You know, this great time of Trump's second and non-consecutive term. Here's another video that somebody made on their cell phone. These are all, if you're just tuning in, these are all videos and images from the beautiful ICE raid in New York City yesterday.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
See, they're running. You see, they're running with all their counterfeit Louis Vuittons and Gucci and Prada and everything. They're running away from the ICE raid.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Watch out. ICE is coming. Better go to coppers after him. Yeah, here's... Look at this. This is the arrogance to sit out here. First off, you're illegal, and you're sitting on the sidewalk like this, like you own the joint. It's a beautiful shot, though. Isn't that a beautiful image of the buildings? It almost looks like a painting, doesn't it? The arrogance. Look at that. If any of us did that on a sidewalk in our city, we would be arrested in seconds. However long it took for the police to get there, we would be arrested. And, you know, this is going to continue in New York because President Trump and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan, they feel the pulse of the American people. And this is the lead story today. It's going to be the lead story everywhere. And this is what the American people want. Now, this is a very interesting video. Here's another citizen journalist in the new media, and he goes up to one of these protesters, and he finds out she's a professional protester, right? Fake protester. Watch this.
Right now, I'm representing myself, and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist who have been trained
so Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
Marshals
How much do they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. So then he finds out, watch this, that she's professional.
Professional protester. I found her at...
Look at this. He found her at almost everything. Look at this.
100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up. Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing. This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it. Sometimes she gets less creative, though, and just holds a sign that says enough. Now, here I found her working with a different professional protester that I've exposed. This is Stuart.
Okay, yeah, I will get back to this.
City Hall in Rhode Island.
Everyone knows you.
Everyone knows me?
They know who you are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of riseandresist.org.
See, Rise and Resist? You know, these are professional and organized fake protests that are not organic.
Like Karen, for a second job as a professional protester. And the donation link to give you money is just Act Blue, which is...
Wow, see that? Act Blue, which is the Democrats. None of it is real. We are the majority. We won the national election. We won the popular vote. We won all the battleground states. We control the House. We control the Senate. We control the White House, and we control the Supreme Court. They have these paid fake protesters that are out there who are giving you an impression that they support some popular movement when they don't. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Mike Bowman, Alabama.
What's up, Alabama?
Brian, I fought really hard for Trump. I like Trump. People don't realize that we're seeing a lot of smoke and mirrors for 10 years. Trump taught me a lot, and I respect him. What we've seen lately, the reason they deported all the Mexicans is
this ICE raid in New York City are not Latin Americans from Latin America, or when I say Latin Americans, I mean Latin South Americans. These are not Hispanic. These look like African illegals.
I mean, big time automation. Elon Musk has got 3 million robots.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, badass robots.
Yeah. Okay. This is their new tactic. All right. If you notice with the, it's so interesting, with the seminar callers. And for those that aren't familiar with the seminar callers, that's a phrase coined by the late great Rush Limbaugh. Seminar callers are people that work for these organizations, like the ones we were just talking about, that find their way into media to try to get false narratives. Their newest tactic is, I supported Trump, I voted for Trump, but now he's not living up. But now, give me a break, okay? What everything that's happening now, he is doing everything he promised to do and many times more. Here's another video of the ICE raids in New York. These are some brave guys. I mean, they're really facing down an angry mob in New York. This is like when Snake Plissken was rescuing the president in New York. Look at that. Why do young guys wear these winter caps like Tim Pool? Is it to cover up bald spots? I see a lot of these guys wearing those. Oh my goodness, not gonna happen, not gonna happen. Another protester arrested. I mean, these people are out of their freaking minds. They don't even hear themselves. They really don't. They really don't. Let me see because a lot of these videos, I can't play a lot of these videos on the radio because a lot of it's visual, and of course, some of the language is too salty for the radio.
Is running now again. This person
This is News Nation.
Been watching this person. He has been pushing ICE agents and police, and people have been defending him. There's another woman right in front. She was also pushing some of these officers. Whether they know someone who was arrested by police for being undocumented is unclear. Again, we're trying to figure out how many arrests there actually were that were undocumented immigrants as opposed to protesters. At this point, these are protesters who are being arrested.
Yeah, notice right.
Okay. Yeah, well, the illegals cooperated, and they put them into the vans. What we're having the arrest that we're seeing a little later. These are the protesters. Now, Nick Sorter, he was in Portland. Have any of you seen this video? This is absolutely insane. He went to the ICE safe house, this is the ICE safe house, which is a block or two away from the ICE headquarters. And he's filming. This is the ICE safe house. Look at this. Oh, she saw him. She freaked out. I don't have my mask on. So she shuts the door. Look at this. ICE safe house. Nick Sorter is brave as it gets. Now watch this. This guy's going to put his mask on now and come out. Watch this. And he's going to attack him. Going to push him away. Look at that. This is amazing. And then he's going to walk from this is the ICE safe house that they were talking about in that meeting at the White House a week or two ago. And he's going to walk from they're calling him gay, now. Look at these. That's Antifa. Look at these dorks. So now he's going to walk to show you how close it is, the ICE safe house to ICE headquarters. He sped it up a little bit, but it's 1 block, 2 blocks, and here he is, ICE headquarters again. Isn't that something? I mean, that is insane. I don't know why they don't raid the safe house. My guess is that they have federal agents embedded in ICE. I mean, in Antifa. That they have federal agents embedded in Antifa, and some of them are federal agents. That guy that came out and ran him off from the front door. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy was a Fed. Would you? Yeah, but that's how close they are. And look at them in these weird costumes. I mean, I know it's Halloween's coming up and all, but it's a bit much. I want to talk to you out there who are 65 years of age or older. It is Medicare open enrollment time, the only time of year you can make changes to your Medicare policy. No matter what state you're in, Chapter can help. The number on your screen, you call them, you're going to get a live agent on the phone, and they'll answer all your questions completely for free, by the way. This costs you nothing. There's no catches, no strings, completely free. They'll review your Medicare policy. And again, they can help you in no matter what state you're in. There's over 24,000 Medicare policies. And because Chapter's a national company, they have access to all of them. So you want to call the number I have up on the screen on YouTube. It's also in the description of the video, 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. They'll review your policy to make sure you've got the right coverage. You know, millions of seniors are not getting all the Medicare benefits they're entitled to. They'll make sure you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to. The average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. That's right, the average. That's amazing. I mean, a lot of people are saving a lot more. Something, huh? So give them a call, 805-754-3033. Also, a lot of Medicare policies, a lot of companies are pulling out of Medicare at the end of the year. So they'll also review to make sure that your policy, if you're happy with the policy you have, you want to call them too to make sure your policy is going to be in place in the new year. And remember, this is Medicare open enrollment period. When open enrollment is over, that's it. It's this small window of opportunity you have to make changes or adjustments to your Medicare. If you don't, you're out of luck. 805-754-3033. That's 805-754-3033. Give Chapter a call. So, you know, this is a beautiful thing. And this new tax, because I've gotten a lot of calls like this over the last week, is just like that guy I was talking to just a bit ago. You know, I supported Trump. I voted for him. But now, don't believe any of that. None of that is true. That's all fake MAGA, okay? When you look at all the great things that President Trump is doing, there's not a single thing that he's doing that we don't love and support, right? None of it is something that we would take issue with. There's not one thing that we would take issue. I don't care what Marjorie Taylor Greene says. She's out of her freaking mind. She's going Candace Owens on us. I don't know what's going on with Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I do know this. President Trump has done everything he promised he would do and many times more, and there's something new every day that's new and exciting. Now, if you're on hold, hang in there. If you'd like to call in, the number is toll-free. It's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. There's some of these videos I can't play on the radio, so I want to make sure I played all of them because of the language and everything. Oh, look at this. This girl here, this is just crazy. This girl here is on EBT, and she's talking about how everyone in her family is on EBT, food stamps. And it's a tradition in her family passed down from her grandparents to her parents and now to her. Listen to this.
So my sister made a video about how my whole entire family gets EBT. And everyone is calling us bums because we don't work and we live off the government. And we are proud of that. Growing up, this is what we were taught. We were taught to not have to work. We were taught to live off the government because it is there for us to use. And from what I could remember, it all started back with my grandparents. My grandparents used to get the paper, like the paper coupons to go and pay for, you know, food and stuff like that. And that's when I was like, this is free money. Like, what? So living off of EBT is literally a tradition in our family. Once my grandparents passed away, my mom started, you know, applying and she got approved for all six of us kids. And then, you know, once my sister got older, she had her first child, she applied for food stamps and she got, you know, like it was just like, you know, a domino effect. One after another, we all got approved for EBT. And guess what? It's not going to stop there. Why? Because I have taught my children and I'm going to be teaching my grandchildren that they should do the same thing. They don't have to work. They could just have children, put themselves on EBT, get child support, all of that I do so I don't have to work, they could do it themselves too.
Okay, now, you know, a lot of people on the left think that conservatives are against EBT and say, no, we're not against any of these government programs that give assistance to people. But what we're against are people that decide they're going to be retired off of it for their entire life. And these are smart people, because I would not know how to retire off of government benefits. Would you? They know the whole system. They know how to work it. That's what we're against. It's the abuse. And when you hear the liberals, you know, when I first saw this video, I thought she was going to be like, well, I'm not living my life that way. And I was shocked when she got to the end and said, you know what, I'm passing this tradition down to my children. You know, and I wonder what happens, because at some point your kids grow up, so you don't qualify for all the benefits. I don't know what happens when their kids age them out of these programs. But when you hear Democrats talking about Trump cutting benefits, the abuse is what he's cutting. Not people that are actually in need and legally eligible. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian, what's up, man? It's Jeff. How you doing this morning, man?
All right, Jeff. What's on your mind?
Listen, I just got to call and prove you wrong, man. So you said Trump has done everything.
Prove you wrong? What do you think? You're Charlie Kirk or something? You think you're Steven Crowder? Prove you wrong? You do that yourself every time you utter words out of your mouth.
Okay. Anyways, the economy. He said he was going to fix the economy. He hasn't done that. Everything is still high.
Not true.
Ended the
Not true.
Ukrainian war.
Not true.
Okay. Well, anyways. Okay. Ukraine war is still going on.
He ended 8 of the 9. He ended 8 of the 9 wars in the world. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
What have you done in the last? What have you done in the last month? What have you done in the last 9 months? He ended 8 of the 9 wars in the world. What have you done?
Work and struggle to pay my bills because this president.
Well, why don't you do what I don't? Haven't you noticed? Listen, Jeff. Work more then. You know, haven't you noticed? You know, the morning show is from 6 till 9 a.m. I could coast and just do that, but I start at 5 a.m. I do extra. I've got this sponsorship from Mike Lindell. You know, I do my afternoon shows. I do my weekend shows. You know, I work more to make more money. I don't sit around on my butt waiting for money to come in the mailbox like you're doing with some manifestation of the secret or something. You know, work a little more and harder, like a grown up, like a real man, like me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. You stand around all day and spew BS all day to people. Anyways, Jeff,
it's more than you're doing.
Anyway, why don't you talk about... I'm sorry, what's that?
You heard me. Anyway, go on.
Anyways, yeah. Well, why don't you talk about why we have to bail out the soybean farmers? Why are we bailing them out?
You know, I understand that you're on the older end of the soy boy. You know, I know a lot of you liberal guys are obsessed with soy. You'll still be able to get your soy milk. Don't worry. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Caleb. I'm calling from Kentucky.
Hey, Kentucky.
I'm just curious, like, can you explain the thought process behind, you know, supporting
the greatest president ever, Donald Trump? Oh, he hung up. He did. I didn't even touch the phone. He hung up. He lost his train of thought, or he just got nervous. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian, I don't understand why you're hanging up on me every time I bring up a valid point. You're going to hang up because you know it's the truth.
Jeff, you have never brought up a valid point.
I did. Exactly. Or you're going to throw insults because I'm pointing out a fact that we're bailing out our own farmers.
This is what I know. He has not done it. He is considering it. It has not happened. He is considering it. So it hasn't happened yet.
No,
so why are you worried about something slow down. You didn't even know that. You thought it happened already. Just like you and your other soy boys think we gave $40 billion to Argentina. You don't even know what you're talking about. You are a vacuous, mindless fool. You know, what you're doing is parroting. Okay. You know, parrots, you're probably not familiar with this because you're so foolish, but, you know, parrots cannot talk. They mimic sounds they hear, right? And they mimic sounds they hear. And that's what you soy boys do. You heard someone say he bailed out the soybean farmers. You heard someone say he gave $40 billion to Argentina, and you just repeat that, and you don't know what you're talking about, okay? Oh, my goodness. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Rachel from Wisconsin.
Hey, Rachel, hold on. Let me answer these calls that are coming in. All right, Rachel, what's on your mind?
I just want to first say I love your show.
Oh, thank you.
I try to watch it every morning.
Thank you.
Number two, these people that are talking, first of all, I went to college, I worked, I got diagnosed with lupus, and I'm currently waiting for a kidney and everything.
That's a rough one.
I'm on Social Security, and I get food stamps and housing and stuff now.
Well, that's what it's for. That's what it's for people like you.
And everybody that is complaining right now that, the poor people, we're not going to get our food stamps and our Social Security. Well, the letter I got from Social Security once actually just told me that my cost of living increase is going to be the highest I've ever gotten.
Good for you. Thank you, Donald Trump.
Like 10%. So
really?
Thank you,
10%?
Mr. Trump.
Awesome.
Almost at I think it's at 8.4, which is the highest I've ever gotten. Usually it's 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
So I'll get almost an extra $100 on my check.
That's great.
So thank you. So these people that are talking about people like me and thinking they're sticking up for us, you're not.
Yeah.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't lose my food stamps this month. And as a matter of fact, I actually got an increase of $20 on my food stamps, too.
That's great.
So it's absolutely ludicrous to me that these people are thinking they're sticking up for people like me, and if anything, they're not. They have no idea what they're talking about.
No.
He's actually helped people like us more than anything. The crime is down. I've got family in Chicago that all of them say they're waiting and they wish that somebody would come in and help them.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ludicrous to me that these people have no idea what they're talking about.
You are the textbook example of who these benefits are for. Lupus is a tough one. It really is a rough thing to have, and you are the textbook example of what these benefits are for. Not some girl who's third generation retired, cradle to grave, living off the system.
Oh, and that's another thing that's ludicrous to me, too, is all these videos you see of these people now, like, I'm going to go and steal because I'm not going to get my food stamps. You shouldn't have had 8 different kids with 6 different baby daddies so your state could pay for you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what he's talking about when he's talking about fraud and abuse. Are these people... Like, there has to be a cutoff point of how many kids we subsidize.
That's right.
Because you can't just keep having kids and thinking that we're going to all subsidize while you sit on the couch.
That's right. Well, listen, I'm going to run, but I appreciate the call. How long have you been watching me?
Actually, my mom used to listen to you. I was born and raised in Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Oh, okay.
So back in the 90s, but actually I just found your show for about a year now.
Oh, well, great. Great.
So thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, now we're going to be on the radio in just over a minute. So I'm not going to take any more calls until we're on the air. So from this point forward, no profanity, guys, okay? No profanity on the radio. If you're on hold, hang in there. When I open up the radio show, I'll go through everything. Oh, what an exciting day. What an exciting day. If you're new, make sure you subscribe and like the video. And if you could share the video on your socials, especially the main live stream, if you could share the main live stream on your socials, That would help a lot. You know, I have no marketing budget. I have no marketing team. I have no corporate backing. You guys are my marketing team. So if you could take the link and share in your socials and invite your friends to join the program and watch and subscribe, that'd be great. All right, here we go. This is actually the second hour, but on the radio it's the first hour. We've been live for over an hour. Here we go. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and you are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. It is Wednesday, October 22nd, and it is a beautiful, glorious day with the massive ice raids that took place yesterday afternoon in New York City. This is just a beautiful thing. Everything we voted for is happening and then some. And, you know, a lot of you may not know this, but I do a pre-show. I start the show an hour early, around 5 a.m. every morning, taking live calls on YouTube. So make sure you guys follow me on YouTube, Brian Craig Show on YouTube. You can catch that pre-show. We've been taking calls and discussing this for an hour already, over an hour. What had happened that led to these ice raids in New York City is absolutely amazing. There's a conservative influencer who she's a Laura Loomer type. Her name's Savannah Hernandez. She is with Turning Point USA. She is biracial. She is Hispanic and Asian. I don't know if she's Filipino. I don't know if she's Chinese. She's Hispanic and Asian. And she's with Turning Point USA. And she has been for quite some time. She was in that White House meeting about Antifa with the president. Was it last week or the week before? And she was in New York City doing something for Turning Point USA. And she was in her Uber. And she came across these illegal.
This is Savannah Hernandez in New York City.
Well, I'm going to play this for you guys. She came across these illegals sitting on the sidewalk, a lot of them selling counterfeit purses and wallets, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and all the rest, which in itself is a federal crime. Selling the counterfeit designer merch is a federal crime, on top of the crime that they're illegal. She posted this video. She was driving by in her Uber. She'll describe it, so I'm going to play for you in a moment. And I saw this yesterday or the day before, and I didn't think too much of it because we know the streets of New York are filled with these illegal street vendors selling counterfeit stuff. And they've been able to get away with it forever. But someone in the Department of Homeland Security, somebody at the White House, Kristi Noem, the president, maybe himself, Tom Homan, they're telling me she's Hispanic/Filipino. She, her video was seen by someone. And this video that I'm about to play you right now is what led to these beautiful ice raids on Canal Street in New York City.
This is Savannah Hernandez in New York City. And okay, my friends, I was just driving down the street. I was Ubering, and I saw this huge market of African migrants selling all of these bags along this sidewalk. The sidewalk was actually completely full of people. So I was like, okay, pull over, let me see what's going on. Now I'm walking along this street, and the entire sidewalk was completely packed with people buying these Louis Vuitton bags, buying these YSL bags. Obviously, all of them are knockoffs. Now, I spoke to some of the migrants. They were telling me they're all from Senegal. And as I'm walking around, they all start grabbing their bags very quickly. Again, this entire block was filled with all of these bags, and they picked them all up very quickly. Within 2 minutes, they all started jumping in vehicles, running away. I was speaking to one of the migrants, and he ended up telling me that they don't have the license to sell these purses. It's illegal, and if the cops catch them, they will come and take away all of their products. Another thing that I noticed too, because I was filming, is these migrants, very similar to Paris, telling me that I can't film here.
Hey, you do the film here.
And that I wasn't allowed to be, using my camera. So they're being a little bit of aggressive toward me, and it just looked just like Paris. I was just in Paris a month ago, and it looks the exact same here on the streets of New York as it did over there. Again, I've just never seen this. Maybe this is a common thing, but again, the entire sidewalk was completely filled with these knockoff fake purses. And then as soon as they thought the cops were going to come, they all just took off running. Craziest thing I've ever seen.
Okay, so that was like a day or two ago, like 2 days ago. And I saw this video and I watched it because I follow her on X, and I didn't think too much of it because we all know that the streets of New York are filled with these illegal street things. I remember back in the days of VHS tapes, people buying bootleg. I knew a guy I was friends with, like, this was in the 80s. He was so excited that he was able to buy a bootleg VHS tape of E.T. I hate that movie, E.T. But E.T. was not on a home video for many years. And remember what they used to do? People would go into the movies with hidden cameras and they would film the movie. Sometimes the projectionist would be involved. They would film the movies off the movie screen, and you would be able to buy on the streets of New York movies that were still in the theater. And if you ever saw one of them, sometimes they didn't have great cameras like we have now. You could see the outline of the movie screen, and people have been, selling selling illegal things on the streets of New York has become part of New York life. And it's just assumed that it's okay and no one's going to do anything about it. It's a major felony. People get arrested all the time for selling counterfeit goods around the country, except on streets like this. And when I saw her video, I was like, oh, okay. I was surprised she even bothered to make the video and put it online. And boy, was I wrong, because it led to this hugely incredible and beautiful arrest that we just saw. Massive arrest. And they arrested a lot of protesters too. And I'm assuming that because this is like, I believe, the lead main story of today, that and President Trump is right there on the pulse of whatever the news cycle is. He's going to see the great work that was done. He's probably already seen it. He's going to be very excited about it, and he's also going to hear people like me talking about it and how excited we are about it, and these are going to continue. And the liberals in the city of New York are having meltdowns over this. And one thing you got to understand, what they're so freaked out about, as many things, but the illegals, they were mostly African illegals, and they were very cooperative with ICE and got into the paddy wagons and everything. The violence that we're seeing, the outrage, the arrests that we're seeing on the street are from the local Democrats who are going nuts on the streets. And they're in complete shock that these things are actually happening. The President of the United States has extraordinary power. As an example, I was watching the president yesterday at that Rose Garden Republican lunch and he was talking about how they're getting rid of all these Democrat programs during the shutdown, that he has the power to do it. We've never had a Republican president that's done what this guy's doing. Everything that he promised to do, everything that conservative voters want him to do. And he's using the authority of the presidency to do it. And everything he is doing is so beautiful. But what the Democrats really are panicked about is they're losing their slave workforce. The illegals provide low-cost labor for them to clean their houses, to watch their children, to work in their businesses, and do things they don't want to do. And they're really afraid that they're going to lose their slaves. That's one of the big worries. They don't talk about it so much, and they may not even process it that way, but that's what's going through a lot of their minds. All right, we're going to take our first break. And as we're about to break, I want to talk about Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. A good roof is so important, guys. You have no idea. I mean, if you're a longtime Floridian, you do. But there's so many so-called roofing people. They come through your neighborhoods. They knock on your doors, or you don't know who they are. They're guys in pickup trucks. You can't trust those guys. You want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida, everywhere in between. He works on every type of structure, residential, commercial, municipal. He works with every type of roofing material there is. And he's a good MAGA guy who not only you can trust that he'll never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need a simple repair, he'll do it. But you can also trust, because he gives out his cell phone number, that you're going to be able to stay in touch with him throughout the entire project and even after. That is so unheard of. Where you can actually stay in direct contact with the owner of the company before, during, and even after they've done work for you. That's unheard of. These guys that are driving around in pickup trucks that you can't trust, that you hire to do some roof work. Well, how do you even know? I remember, when Steve had his big roof problem with all the leaks, and that's how we found Tom Laporta. You know how that happened? Steve had a new roof put in years before by these guys driving around the neighborhood in a pickup truck, and they did a very poor job. They did a very, very poor job. I mean, they didn't do a proper job, and the reason because they didn't have to, because they're gone. Good luck getting them next week, right? And I remember he had a leak like the first time we had a rain after he got that new roof on from these guys in the truck. And some of the tiles they put on the roof were broken. Brand new tiles were broken, and they were up on the roof. So you don't want to. You can't trust these kind of guys. You want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. You're going to get the roof work done properly. It's not supposed to leak, okay? Especially the first time it rains. Can you imagine what that would have been like? And that's why Steve had all those leaks all over his roof. They didn't even really do the job. I think that they didn't change anything underneath and just laid a bunch of old broken tiles on top. Steve has a 2-story house. So they put good tiles on the edges where you could see from the ground, but up top, it was just a mess. So give Tom Laporta a call. Here's his number. This number rings directly to his cell phone, so you can text too. 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. We'll be right back. All right. Okay. Oh, yes, I want to share that when we get back. Now, guys, remember, support Mike Lindell, because next week's my big meeting if he's going to continue. This is the second month of him sponsoring the expansion, so I need you to go to MyPillow.com, use our promo code Kane, and let Mike Lindell know that his sponsorship is well worth it. Promo code Kane, K-A-N-E, at checkout, K-A-N-E, at MyPillow.com.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever, with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes on the radio. I got to get organized for the next segment. If you're on hold, stand by. All right, hold on. Let's see. Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute. So if you're on hold, stand by. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main live stream, you get to see all the audio, video, and images I show. And the link is in the description of the video. All right, the green screen, you get to see me and hear me and the callers, but to see all the video and hear the audio and all the images, you got to go to the main stream. The link is in the description of that video. All right, just click it. It'll take you right there here on YouTube. All right, about 30 seconds. Oh, yeah. Great day. Great day. All right, we're back. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. We're celebrating these beautiful ice raids on Canal Street in New York City yesterday. It was around 4 in the afternoon during rush hour. They arrested, it looked to be African illegals selling counterfeit designer goods, mostly purses and wallets. The crowd went nuts. The local New Yorkers, they're just freaking out. There was a there was a national reporter from News Nation who was there on the scene. She happened to be covering the Maggioni trial. And then this riot broke out, and she headed over there and was covering it live for News Nation. And she's right there in the mix. Listen, this is News Nation right there in the center of everything.
You know, it's hard to believe that this is Manhattan. And
yes,
it's
it is, though.
And it looks like a war zone out here. People are masked up. They're not showing their faces. Everyone has a cell phone out.
Antifa.
They're videoing it and sending it back. It's just causing such a stir. And, you know, to be totally honest, it's very difficult to watch. This is a city that we love. This is a city where there are so many people who are working very hard. It's just so incredibly divisive. And regardless of what your view is, it's a difficult situation all around. Here is this armored vehicle. As you see, we have not seen it. Somebody's on the ground. We're running over to that. Our photographer, Greg, is running. Now again, this person, we've been watching this person. He has been pushing ICE agents and police, and people have been defending him. There's another woman right in front. She was also pushing some of these officers. Whether they know someone who was arrested by police for being undocumented is unclear. Again, we're trying to figure out how many arrests there actually were that were undocumented immigrants as opposed to protesters.
Yeah, it looks like mostly protesters, Antifa types. You know, I mean, where do they get the who wears masks like that? These protesters. These protesters, I guess because they're in the heart of liberal land, right? New York City, they can get them pretty quick to the scene.
Who are being arrested.
You noticed right away there that protester being arrested was covering his face, and the agents took the face covering off of him when he was on the ground. But you said you saw that person earlier.
Shame on you.
Causing issues.
And this reporter from News Nation, she's very, very good, but to me she looks scared as she's covering this, and I understand because, you know, these Antifa types, Act Blue people, these are the people that were at the No Kings event. Think about that. These are your Mamdani supporters and voters. They're scary people. They're attacking federal agents, right? And they feel totally entitled to do so. So she's got good reason to be. I'd be nervous too if I were her.
You know, yes, and I know that there's a lot of discussion as to whether people come down and kind of stir the pot on some of these situations. Whether he was one of those, protesters or activists. There has been this group of people, this woman also kind of threw her herself in front of vehicles. We thought she had gotten hit by a car momentarily. Same thing. The man, he had his face covered the entire time. His covering is actually right here on the ground. He was taken into custody. It looks like a T-shirt that he had been wearing. But again, they're still on the move. Now, this is rush hour traffic in Manhattan. We just walked from Soho through Tribeca. Now we're toward the financial district and right by the U.S. courthouse, where we've been covering several stories as of late. People are just yelling at the police officers. You can see people in suits coming out. Now they're turning right. Just to give you some perspective, we are on Lafayette now, and
first dump of the day, Mike. We got the first dump of the day. But you can see what's going on here. I mean, it is just... it's total panic on the side of the local Democrats, because the invasion of our country by the illegals is so embedded in some of these cities that they've lost touch with what is right and wrong. You know, these cities, in many instances, have been conquered. And they have, they have been, there's a lot of Stockholm syndrome going on here among Democrats in these sanctuary cities. That's why there's so many local residents in Chicago that don't want the National Guard to come in, and some of these other cities. It's Stockholm syndrome is what a lot of them have. All right, now if you're on hold, stand by as we wait for the delay to re-engage. I want to tell everybody about Mike Lindell at MyPillow. You know, Mike Lindell's been with us for a long, long time. He has great, great products, and right now there's huge sales going on. And it is, Christmas season is going to be here before you know it, right? A week from Friday is Halloween, and that's when the Christmas shopping season really begins. You can use our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E, on all the specials at MyPillow.com. And a lot of you know, but maybe not all of you do, but you should. We've done a big expansion of the program, the morning show, because it's been online. I've expanded the show to 4 hours in the morning, and there's many other expansions we've done. It's all brought to you by Mike Lindell at MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com. Be sure to use our promo code KANE at checkout, K-A-N-E, and let Mike Lindell know that you're supporting us and his company. And every time you use the promo code KANE at checkout, you're doing just that. So go to MyPillow.com. Start doing your Christmas shopping. Huge specials going on site-wide with the promo code KANE, K-A-N-E, at checkout at MyPillow.com. We're going to take our bottom of the hour break and be back with your calls after this. Hey guys, we'll be back shortly. If you're on hold, stand by. Well, maybe, let me see when we're going to be back. Hold on. Okay, I've got time to take a call or two. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. up, Brian? Chris from Pompano Beach, a little under the weather.
Hey, Chris, what's up?
From Jesse Boys. Yeah, I mean, you know how it is, more of the same. You know, we're a nation of laws, but I guess for them it's a matter of convenience.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love when that reporter says, no matter what your opinion is, there's no opinion, there's laws.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to carry on the way they do is just ridiculous. But we'll see what their opinion is when they're victims of crimes and if they want them to go unaccounted for. So,
well,
yeah.
You know, first off, forgetting about the fact that they're in the country illegally, selling counterfeit designer goods is a major felony that the federal government does major raids on all the time in this country. You know, you know, it's that's in itself is a big crime. Just even if they were Americans, the raid would be proper, even if they were all U.S. citizens born here.
Yeah, 100%. I'm glad you brought that up. That's multiple crimes going on there.
Yeah, you know, and people go to prison for that stuff. You know, and selling counterfeit designer goods is a major crime. I've seen many news stories of major arrests by the feds breaking in to businesses and people's houses and everything else.
No, absolutely. So, no, I mean, hey, they have to keep up the good work, and they can't pick and choose.
That's right.
You
All
know,
right. Well, feel better, Chris.
Hey, have a good one.
Feel better.
I'm
Feel
trying.
better. It's tough. It's tough. Now, if you didn't catch my podcast yesterday afternoon, it's the one on the White House construction, which I'm going to get into that a little bit too today. That was a great show. I had some great calls, and there was one guy who called in who's in the IDF on that. This was yesterday. It's the one about the White House in the thumbnail. He is in the IDF. And he was actually working the detail guarding J.D. Vance yesterday, and he was at the music festival during the attack, and he was also in Gaza, and he was talking about everything involving that, and it was really good. It was a very interesting call. You don't want to miss that. It was on yesterday's podcast. I'm looking for... Okay, yeah, I want to play this. This is really ticking me off. I'll take some calls first. All right, we're back. My name is Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Doc from Texas, Brian. How are you?
All right, Texas.
All right. Hey, one quick question. One quick thing. The guy that withdrew his name for consideration last night, that Trump put in. I'm gonna be honest with you. Do they really vet these guys before they do their names?
Well, what happens a lot? Yes, of course.
I'm saying they're not doing a good job, Brian, because they really should vet these guys.
This happens all the time. Like Bill Clinton's attorney. Do you remember who Bill Clinton?
I'm not talking about Bill Clinton. I'm
talking about it. I'm talking about this.
I'm not talking.
Excuse me. I understand that you're, obviously a low IQ person, and you can't understand. When he hung up, okay? I'm talking about Trump. It's the same thing, stupid. He hung up on himself because he can't, get beyond the talking points. When presidents nominate people, it's not uncommon for something to come out that nobody knew about, and then they withdraw their name or something happens. As an example, Janet Reno was Bill Clinton's attorney general. That was not his first pick. His first pick was a woman by the name of Zoe Baer. And she got nominated, and then it came out that she in fact, Janet Reno might have been his third pick, but at least his second. She had been paying a lawn guy or a nanny under the table who was an illegal, and they couldn't be the attorney, and they were out. Now today, with the Democrats, that wouldn't matter, but things come out. When President Bush 41 nominated Clarence Thomas to the Supreme Court, he didn't know about that joke with the cocaine and all that stuff. When people are in the national spotlight, they get raised to another level. and people start looking into them a little harder, sometimes things come out. That's just how it always happens. So who cares, you know? But with the low information voter there, he can't compute. You got to say Trump every other syllable, or he can't function. I want to play. This was Curtis Sliwa, who I grew up really admiring this guy, and he's making me sick right now. He was interviewed on the streets of New York yesterday. Curtis Sliwa in his beret. He's got to wear the beret so you know who he is.
That means if you talk to me and you offer me a bribe, which is unethical, it could be illegal, and I'm going to have to run right to Alvin Bragg and his investigators, and you could be in double trouble.
Okay, so what he's talking about is a bribe. What he's talking about, if anyone offers him a job to drop out of the race, it's not a bribe. But if anybody offers him a job or a position, he's going to turn him into Bragg. I mean, come on. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene's upset that Republicans are backing Cuomo. We don't like Cuomo. But this guy doesn't, you know, supporting people that have no chance of winning is, if you have a vote, all right, now I don't have a vote in New York City. Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't have a vote. But say Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, she was taking issue that MAGA is saying vote for Governor Cuomo instead of Curtis Sliwa. A vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani. You might as well vote for Mamdani, right? He has no chance. This is a very Democrat city. He's, you know, I have respect for Curtis Sliwa. I know who he is and what he's done. And when I was a kid, I thought he was super cool. He was like a modern day, real life Lone Ranger or Dirty Harry or who else? Walking Tall or Charles Bronson in Death Wish. You know, I mean, he was a great, great guy who was taking on some bad people in the streets, and he's an American icon and hero, but he's unelectable. Okay, he's unelectable, and this election in New York City is going to be won by Mamdani. Okay, but to not support Cuomo and vote and support Curtis Sliwa is voting for Mamdani. You see, you got to understand these things. I mean, you know, that old saying, "The road to hell's paved with good intentions." You know, that's true. And there's a lot of people, like I remember when Mayor Giuliani was running in the Republican primary for president. He got creamed, and he knew he was going to lose. And it was over for him in Florida. He lost the Florida primary, Giuliani. And we had him on the show that morning, and you could tell he knew he was going to lose. He was not the Giuliani you're used to hearing. It was really upsetting. But anyway, Mayor Giuliani did not win the Florida primary because of he supported gay rights. And you know, so what did we end up with? We ended up with John McCain. Mitt Romney. Now, I remember when Mitt Romney was running for now. Mitt Romney's I'm not endorsing Mitt Romney, but he was the Republican nominee. And I remember when he was running against Obama, Florida wasn't a sure red state at the time like we are now. We're MAGA now, but we were a toss-up state. And didn't Obama win? Did Obama win Florida when he was running against Romney? I think he did. I can't remember for sure. It's been a long time. But Steve and I, we'd get calls on the air from conservatives that say, I will not vote for Mitt Romney because he's Mormon. And it was a big thing. I mean, we would have full boards of people, one after the other. I can't vote for a Mormon. I'm not going to vote for him. He's Mormon. You know, and I would tell every single one of them, I would say to them, you're voting for Obama. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. If you don't vote for Romney, and you don't vote or you vote for some third party, you are voting for Obama. And they didn't want to hear it. It was just like that last guy there. I'm talking about Trump. You mention anybody names, I'm out of here. And then he hangs up. Go away. We don't need you. So, when it comes to candidates, you've got to vote when you're. Usually, I don't follow the mayor's race in New York. This is the most important mayoral race in my lifetime in the city of New York. It really, truly is, because Mamdani is mayor. Now, it is entirely possible that he's so incompetent that he won't be able to implement the things that he wants to do. That is possible. But it's also entirely possible that Mamdani, that the people behind him and connected to his radical family will bring very competent people to carry out this craziness that he's talking about, and it will happen. He may not be able to run the city, but what about the people that he brings in under him? And then next thing you know, they're call to prayer. I was watching a video online that was, I can't remember what city it is. I'll see if I can find the story. I might have tweeted it. There was a city somewhere, and they were complaining about the Muslim call to prayer, and the police chief was saying, traffic noise is louder than the call to prayer. You see what they're doing. This country is under attack. And it's been under attack for a long, long time. We've been under attack from the southern border. President Trump took care of that. We're under attack from China constantly on many different levels. And we're also being invaded by the Muslim world. And what they're doing is ingenious. Americans love diversity. Okay, it's kind of become part of the American way, and they use that against us. And they move into areas en masse. They run for local office, city council, mayor, state house or something, and then they run for federal office. And the next thing you know, you got the squad. So, Curtis Sliwa, it's not just that he's a joke, because he is a joke with the beret. Come on. But at this point, he's just a washed-up has-been narcissist, desperate to regain his former glory that he used to have in the 80s and stuff, when they were making TV movies about him. And it's really sad. And if it's too late now, it's too late. But if weeks ago or a couple months back, Curtis Sliwa, Mayor Adams, and Governor Cuomo got together and picked one of them, or found a fourth person that they would all get behind and stand together, we might have had a chance to save New York City. But it's too late now. And I'm not trying to convince anyone in New York City what to do. I'm done. It's wasted breath. But this thing here with Curtis Sliwa that I just played for you, it just ticked me off. I'll play it one more time.
That means if you talk to me and you offer me a bribe, which is unethical, it could be illegal, and I'm going to have to run right to Alvin Bragg and his investigators, and you could be in double trouble.
Okay, so what kind of Republican is he that he's going to run to the guy that arrested President Trump if anybody offers him a job to drop out? It's too late. He's on the ballot. I don't expect anybody will be offering him much of anything at this point. It's just, we can't win them all, and he's going to become mayor, and then they'll do a big victory lap. Now I want to talk to you guys about Friendly Tire in Margate. Friendly Tire in Margate's really an amazing thing. Tires have always been expensive. And since I've been driving, I remember when I was in high school, oh man, I have always put off buying tires until I found Friendly Tire in Margate. You can get brand new tires out the door and on the road as low as $75 a tire. And by the way, as low as $75 a tire out the door and on the road, brand new tires. Now remember, when I say out the door and on the road, Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire does not charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or dispose of your old tires. And, it cost him money to dispose of those tires. In fact, I was talking to Mike, Friendly Mike, the other day, and he's, he every once in a while, he's got the guy that comes and gets the tires. He has to pay him per tire to take those tires away. I'm not going to tell you how much he pays. He told me. I was like, oh, my goodness. I'm like, how do you make money? I thought somebody just took the tires away for free because the rubber I thought was valuable somewhere. But no, he's got to pay a guy to take them away. It's unbelievable. But he doesn't charge you for that. He doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or dispose of the tire. So the price he quotes you is out the door and on the road. You can get brand new tires for as low as $75 a tire out the door and on the road. And that is for common sizes on some of the most common cars on the road today. That is not a Fiat that has like golf cart tires. I'm talking about some of the most popular cars on the road today. He also has thousands of good used tires in stock as well. And you can get all the name brands you know and love, great deals on run flats. If you have a Tesla, great deals on the Tesla tires, and he has the special Tesla tools to change those tires as well. Give him a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone, 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. Make sure this is... Okay. I'm just queuing some things up for when we get back. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show. So back to this. This is the president yesterday talking about Curtis Lee.
If he dropped out, he's not going to win. And not looking too good for Cuomo either. But maybe, I don't know, if he dropped out, maybe Cuomo would have a little bit of a chance, but not much. Because it looks like the lead is, it's not a great lead, but it's big enough that he should be able to win. So, I don't know that I want to get involved. It's really a question of, would I rather have a Democrat or a communist? And I would rather have a Democrat than a communist.
Yeah, isn't that something? Yeah, I mean that's where we are right now. A Democrat or a communist, and Marjorie Taylor Greene wants the communist, I guess. It really pains me. I don't know what's going on with her lately. I really don't. She's taken a lot of issue with Trump and MAGA. I have no idea what's going on with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can't quite figure it out, to tell you the truth. Jen Psaki is really a disgusting person. If you remember, the first time I remember really knowing about Jen Psaki, and she's tough to look at too, But Jen Psaki worked for Obama. She was on the White House staff when Obama was president. And remember when President-elect Donald Trump went to the Obama White House for that visit? And you saw all those Obama officials standing outside with the sad faces. She was one of them. And that sad face went viral. Everybody was talking about it. She was one of them. And she stands out because she's got red hair and she's kind of scary to look at. But J.D. Vance has been doing a really good job. Did you watch his speech in Israel yesterday? It was very impressive. He had a press conference a couple weeks ago with the White House. He took over the podium from Caroline Leavitt, and he just hit a home run. It was absolutely fantastic. In fact, he had the Trump-hating White House press corps, they were eating right out of his hand. They were laughing at his jokes. He had great responses. They asked him difficult questions, and he had great answers. And he had them laughing at his jokes. I couldn't believe it. He has the gift of that you need in that kind of position. And he filled in for Charlie Kirk after Charlie Kirk was assassinated by that Democrat weirdo. He filled in on the Charlie Kirk show for the first show after the assassination. And I was really impressed by that. He did it from the White House. And you watch him, and he's very, very good. No one's Trump, but who's going to be Trump? And he traveled to Israel with his wife. Remember, he had traveled to India with his wife as well. And he's a superstar. The biggest problem we have is we have too many superstars, right? We've got J.D. Vance, we've got Marco Rubio, we got Pete Hegseth, we got Kristi Noem. We have too many superstars, right? It's an overabundance of just great future MAGA presidents. But then again, we may, right in this cabinet, we may have the next 3 MAGA presidents might be in Trump's cabinet right now, right? And one of them would be J.D. So anyway, Jen Psaki, let me just play this for you. She's a disgusting person. Listen to this.
I think the little Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, wants
the Manchurian candidate. I don't know what that means in this context. If do you know why is she calling him a Manchurian candidate? Does anyone know? I don't know what that's about. I really don't.
I think the little Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, wants to be president more than anything else. Yeah. I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like, Are you okay? Please blink 4 times.
Yes.
We'll come over here. We'll save you.
So Jen Psaki on this podcast with these Karens that she's sitting there with, I don't understand what she means by Manchurian candidate with J.D. Vance. I have no idea what she means by that at all. And also, she's saying that their marriage is on the rocks, and that J.D.'s wife wants out of the marriage, that she's being held hostage. What is that? Where does she get this from? She's just making crap up.
I think the little Manchurian candidate, JD Vance, wants to be president more than anything else.
Yeah.
I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like, are
Agreed.
you okay? Please blink 4 times.
Yes.
We'll come over here. We'll save you. And that he's willing to do anything to get there. And that your whole iteration you just outlined, I mean, he's scarier in certain
Agreed.
ways.
He's smarter.
In some ways. And he's
scarier than Trump is what she's saying. See, what this is all about with Jen Psaki is they've seen what we've seen and how good he is. And they had been telling themselves that the MAGA movement is not a real political movement. There hasn't been a real change in the Republican Party. It's all based around the personality of Trump. And now they're seeing, President Trump is setting him up to be the second MAGA president, and he's allowing him to do these things. And she knows that MAGA is going to have another president, and it's J.D. Vance. And she's in a panic. And maybe the Manchurian candidate to them, came in under their radar.
I think the little Manchurian candidate, JD Vance, wants to be president more than anything else.
Yeah.
I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like,
Agreed.
are you okay? Please blink 4 times.
Yes.
We'll come over here. We'll save you. And that he's willing to do anything to get there. And that your whole iteration you just outlined, I mean, he's scarier in certain
Agreed.
ways.
He's smarter.
In some ways. And he's young.
Yeah. And ambitious.
And agile in the sense that he is a chameleon who makes
Right.
himself into whatever he thinks the audience wants to hear from him. Now, what's also true, though, is J.D. Vance is not – he's in some ways goodish on paper if you like what he believes in. I don't know. But I don't know that he can take the whole movement with him.
No way.
I don't think so either.
There's no riz.
It's got no riz, right?
None.
And he just is a little odd. And
Totally.
so Trump's odd in a different way. So I'm skeptical of that. So yeah, he's got to. I mean, everything going on right now, and I think we have to be very clear-eyed about this, is about trying to manipulate the public around elections. And
Is that what they're doing, trying to manipulate the public? So, Jen Psaki and the Karens, which I think is the name of this podcast. If it's not, it'd be a good name. Jen Psaki and the Karens. It'd be a very good name for this podcast. You can see the panic about J.D. Vance. You can see it coming. And what Jen Psaki is doing is what these Obamaites always do. Create false narratives about things, people, and individuals. And they have all these false narratives that they're running. And if they, repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. And they're starting to go after him now because they're in a panic, because he's not only very, very good, MAGA, we love him. Now, I want to talk about Dr. Philip Appleton. If you're in pain, go see Dr. Appleton. The consultation is free. All you have to lose is your pain. And with your free consultation with Dr. Appleton, he'll talk to you about the robotic laser away pain treatment and talk to you about how the robotic laser can do what it did for me 7 times, rid you of pain. It's absolutely amazing. There's no shots, no surgery, no downtime. It's 100% painless. You don't even feel the laser when it's happening. And my favorite part about the robotic laser is it works. It's rid me of pain 7 times. Give Dr. Appleton a call. Take advantage of this no-charge free consultation. And remember, appointments are not necessary either. Walk-ins are welcome. So you can walk in, even on Saturdays, by the way. You can walk in and take advantage of that no-charge free consultation without an appointment and just walk in. Here's his number, 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. If you're on hold, stand by. When we get back, there's more to share. I will take your calls as well. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. There's some major false narratives that the Democrats are promoting. I'm going to go through these, a whole bunch more. We will recap these beautiful ICE raids in New York City, and there's a lot of other things in the news as well. Don't go anywhere. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show. We'll be back right after our top of the hour break. Okay. Where is that clip? Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay. I'm just queuing things up for when we get back. Okay. If you're on hold, hang in there. I got a few things I got to get to, and then we'll take some more calls. And then I'll recap in a bit the raids in New York. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. We've covered a lot. You're welcome to call in about anything we brought up so far, and I got a lot more to cover as well. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brian.
Oh, this is going to be great.
My name is Hank, and I'm from Oklahoma.
How are you? Get ready, Mike.
Today?
I'm all right. How are you? Get ready, Mike.
Well, I have quite a bit going on. You know,
I doubt that with the fake voice and everything. All right, we'll talk to you again. If you're on hold, hang in there. Oh my goodness. Who do you think you're calling? Give me a break. You know, there was a lot of panic yesterday from the Democrats over the construction of this ballroom at the White House. You know, the Democrats have nothing but false narratives that they're trying to get going. And because they don't control the media, right? The media is not the traditional media anymore. So since they have no control over the media, they can't get these false narratives off the ground. They won't take flight, but they keep trying. Like the one I played before the top about Jin Saki trying to say there's marital problems between JD and his wife. Give me a freaking break. You know, that's something that she and her friends just made up. And it's so nice of her to be concerned about the Vance family. All right, give me a break. There's two others. One of them I debunked yesterday. They've got, you know, I'm trying to think of the last time the Democrats had something that was true. And I got a new one that I'm going to get to in a bit. But so the two big false narratives that they're repeating like idiots. One I talked about yesterday, which was the $40 billion that we're giving to Argentina. Complete lie. We're not giving anything to Argentina. We're not giving them 40 cents. We're not even giving them 1 cent. Okay? But they got this narrative going that we're giving Argentina $40 billion. I mentioned this yesterday, so I'll just mention quickly. Argentina's president needs $40 billion. He's trying to get $20 billion in loans from financial institutions. President Trump has not given them anything, nor is he. He is offered with a very, very major condition. President Trump is offered to buy $20 billion worth of the Argentinian peso to prop up their currency if Milei's party wins in the next election. If they don't win, he's not buying the pesos. So that's not even a gift. We're buying the pesos, which will inflate their currency. So that $20 billion will go up. How much, I don't know. That's one false narrative. There's another one. Why are we bailing out the farmers that do the soy? This is another one. I've had, I don't know. I've lost track of how many calls I've gotten about this one too. Why are we bailing out the soy farmers? Why did President Trump bail out the soy farmers? He has not. President Trump hasn't given a dime to the soy farmers. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about a proposal, which he's not acted on yet. Okay? But if you listen to the left, we've given $40 billion to Argentina, complete lie, and he's given they don't give us an amount because there's no story that they even make up, but that he's bailed out the soy, that's also not true. There's a proposal that he's considering, but he hasn't given anything to the soy farmers. We have too much soy, President Trump. Look at all these soy boys we got out there. So, but now then yesterday, I don't know, everything they have is just lies, isn't it? Then yesterday, they're having these meltdowns at the White House. Okay, this was Joe Scarborough and Mika yesterday, and they're talking about the ballroom construction. They tore down this one wall where they're going to attach the ballroom. This is Scarborough yesterday with Mika Brzezinski.
It's Donald Trump, who promised that he was not going to take a wrecking ball to the existing structure, has taking a wrecking ball to existing structure. I got to say, Mika, it really is. It is hard to watch that, and it's hard to believe that any president could destroy the White House and take a wrecking ball to an existing structure so historic. That is what's happening. It'd be one thing if you were building on or you were doing things inside, but to take literally a wrecking ball to the White House, it's grotesque. It's just grotesque.
Yeah, and this after the Rose Garden and I guess the patio that they have put in, which you could argue, but this
far different.
Is painful. I mean, this is historic structure.
It's history being torn to shreds. And again, is everybody? I mean, so if somebody wants to go into the White House, the next person wants to just knock down all the walls and turn it into a disco. Congress can't do anything.
Okay, so MSNBC, he wasn't the only one freaking out. Now, and I got an update. I talked in my podcast yesterday. I talked a lot about this, and then there's an update this morning that I'm getting to. The White House was completely gutted by President Truman. They tore out the entire inside of the White House. down every floor, everything was completely gutted. They only left the 4 walls up and the roof, and they even had to put support poles up to keep the roof up because they took everything. Nothing in the White House is older than like 70 years old. It's about 70 years old, everything in the White House. And not only did they gut the entire White House, when they rebuilt it, it was not rebuilt in the way it was before. They redid everything inside. And a lot of people don't know that, but that's true. Okay, so it's everything in there that is inside the White House residence itself is no older than 70-ish years old. That's old, but it's, So this is what's new, okay? I was talking about this yesterday afternoon on my podcast. This blew my mind when I saw this, okay? Someone did and took an aerial photograph that's online of the entire White House complex, including the not just the mansion, but the West Wing and the East Wing. And the area where the wall is torn down is in this little tiny area way out on the East Wing that's so small you can hardly see it. And it's absolutely amazing to me that they're making such a big deal about it. But what it is, it's their Trump derangement syndrome. Their Trump derangement syndrome is, there's nothing he can do that's not wrong, right? There's nothing he can do that's not wrong. Whatever he says, whatever he does, if he saved the life of a baby in a stroller that was about to be run over by a bus, they'd find a way to make that a negative. They're so consumed with their hatred of him, he can do no right, okay? And when you look at the area of the White House where they took down the wall, it's so far from the mansion part of the White House, and it's this little tiny area where the ballroom is going to be. It's insane the way they're talking. But they'll continue to do it and promote their lies. I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. With Coastal Weight Loss Secret, you guys have seen my miraculous weight loss. It just blew my mind how much weight I've lost, and it was completely effortless, right? I didn't go hungry, eating foods I would normally eat, didn't exercise, no prescription drugs, no shots, no injections. And I just want to talk about, now I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical professional, but I see these people on TV a lot that are getting these injections and things that people are talking about. They all look sick. They really, truly do. Have you seen some of these people? You see them all the time. I saw Ryan Seacrest last week. I couldn't even look at him on TV. He looks so bad, and you could tell he's taking those pills. You know what they look like? The people that take these shots and injections, you know what they look like? They look like people in the 80s that had AIDS, before they had treatments for AIDS. I mean, they look really bad. With my weight loss, I look normal, natural, and great. Right? If you didn't know me, you wouldn't know that I just went through this dramatic weight loss. But you can tell the people that are taking these shots, can't you? Absolutely. You can tell it like that. There's a guy on YouTube, Philip DeFranco. I don't know how many of you are familiar with him, but I had not seen him in a long time, and I saw him the other day. If it didn't have his name under his head talking, I wouldn't have known it was him. They gave him. He's taken those injections. He's like, he doesn't look well. You don't want to. You want to look great. You want to look natural. I give you an example with cosmetic surgery. Do you know what the worst thing you can say to someone who's had a facelift? Your facelift looks great. That's the worst. You want it to look natural. You know who's had like the best facelift I've ever seen? Martha McCallum on Fox. You seen her? She got the face and neck lift. She was having problems with the neck. You cannot tell she had a facelift. You see she looks younger, so you know, but you can't tell that she's had a facelift, Martha McCallum. Well, that's how it is with your weight loss with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. These people that are taking the injections, you can tell instantly they're taking those injections, and they don't look well. With Coastal Weight Loss Secret, you look like me. Great, natural. You wouldn't know that I had this dramatic weight loss. Call and schedule your no-charge consultation. And remember, no matter where you're located in the United States, Coastal Weight Loss Secret can help you lose weight too. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back. Here's this audio I want to play. Got to listen to it real quick here first. Hold on. Okay, we'll be back shortly. If you're on hold, hang in there. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show. Okay, there's something new I want to share with you from Zohan in New York, but not that it'll make any difference. I mean, they got a picture of him with the one of the unindicted co-conspirator from the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. I mean, that's literally a terrorist. So, he puts it up on his X, and if anything, it's helped him. It reaffirmed to the anti-Semites of New York that, he's with them, I guess. I don't know. But if that doesn't, if he's with a terrorist from the Trade Center bombing in 93 and that doesn't hurt him, nothing's going to hurt him. But, we still got to share the news here. This is absolutely amazing. Someone has come across a bunch of interviews. This guy's been all over the media for years, different forms of media. And he changes what he says based on his audience. You know, it's interesting. You know, with President Trump, you go back to these old interviews of Donald Trump with Rona Barrett, Sally Jesse Raphael, and all these people. Phil Donahue. President Trump was saying the same thing 40 years ago that he says today. I've never seen anyone so consistent. Well, Zohan is, and it doesn't matter who he's talking to, right? Zohan is, it's a complete 180. He changes what he says depending on the audience, and he tells the audience what they want to hear. And this is a montage that was put together by some people online. It's very good.
This is Zohran Mamdani. He's running for mayor of New York. Here's what he normally sounds like.
We gather tonight in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world.
But in an interview in South Africa, he sounded a little different.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. Nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
And in an interview with the Turkish-American podcast, Mamdani sounded different again.
I'll be honest with you, Brother Mansoum, is that at this point, not many people are thinking about it.
And here is Zohran during his rapper days.
You know, it would have been here earlier, but worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour.
Okay, so he changes his accent. He sounds, if he's talking to Muslims, he sounds more Muslim. If he's talking in New York right now, running for mayor, he does the best he can to have an American accent. And then when he's a rapper, he's trying to talk all hip, Muslim hip. Now I know we've had this accent thing happen before with Hillary and a lot, and on occasion Kamala. But this guy, he's like AOC. This is central casting. He's an actor who's been casted in this role as running for mayor of New York City, and that's it. It's happening. So it's going to be a fun 4 years. I mean, who would have thought we would want Adams to be mayor again, or Governor Cuomo with everything that he's done? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative.
Oh, hey, Doug. What's up?
Good morning, man. First thing I want to say is thank you for being the first one to bring out how the White House was renovated by other presidents and the first ladies.
Yeah.
So everybody else followed suit later on. But when I first heard Hillary saying, Hillary the Wicked Witch, saying that I think she was a she devil, saying that it's not his house. Yes, it is. It's the president's house. That's where the president lives, and they're in charge. And then I heard these people say, "Oh, he didn't get permission from the Board of Architects or something."
Yeah.
He doesn't need the Board of Architects. They're ridiculous. So they got, like you said.
And for her to talk about respect of the White House after what her husband was doing in the Oval Office with women, you know what I mean? This is, come on. It's a joke.
Then they stole the silverware and everything else from the White House.
They did. And if you remember that, it's funny you mention that. When the Clintons left office, they stole silverware, plates, and other things, and their staff took the W's out of all the computer keyboards. Because George W. Bush won, they took all the W's out of the computer keyboards in the West Wing offices. Remember that? And then they stole everything on Air Force One back in Little Rock.
Yeah, man. That's okay because they're Democrats. Anyway, it's really, they're sick people. And now,
I mean, President Clinton, they're talking about respect for the White House when her husband was having sex with 25-year-old interns in the White House, in the office. Come on, give me a break.
Man, I'm telling you, this is, and there's Joe, there's Morning Joe, what a moron to say that. Doesn't he have any conscience that he's saying something he knows has got to be a total lie?
And Mika.
And Mika too, but the whole bunch of them over there.
Well, the thing with the ballroom is beyond just their normal Trump derangement. This ballroom is going to be there forever and ever, and it's where all the big events are going to happen. In fact, President Trump has even said they may start having the White House press briefings there because the briefing room's too small. So when there's a big press conference, they're probably going to be there. And there are future presidents that have not even been born yet that are going to have historic events in that room. And it's going to, and President Trump, what he's doing, this thing that he did in the Rose Garden is great, the patio and all that. But this is going to be like a legacy where Trump will always be remembered at the White House, because anytime they use that ballroom, which will be often, Trump built this. And I hope he gives it a good name. They should call it the Trump Ballroom, tell you the truth. Maybe name it after Melania.
That would be great. That would be great. And it's not hurting the mansion. It's just ridiculous. And it's a ballroom. I mean, what the hell?
You know what they're like? They're like Footloose. They want to stop building a place where people are going to dance. They're trying to stop people from dancing. It's like John Lithgow in Footloose.
I'm telling you, man.
Dancing is evil. Dancing's evil.
He's paying for himself too, and so they got something to say, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, Doug. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, come on, who's against the ballroom? If you're taking issue with him over a ballroom, I mean, you're just not a reasonable person. And it's amazing what he's done. He's paying for it with money that he's raised and his own money. And when he was speaking yesterday. It is like Footloose, isn't it? See, if Saturday Night Live was a real comedy sketch show, they would do a thing like that on Saturday Night Live this week. But yesterday he was talking about the tile. He said the tile that was in there was Home Depot tile. He said this isn't going to be Home Depot tile, and he bought some fantastical marble with his own money, and he said that was paid for by the President of the United States. Yeah, it's amazing. When have you seen a president pay for things? He paid for those flagpoles. He paid for the tile for the ballroom. Oh, man. What do you think? I think they should name it the Melania Trump Ballroom. That would be great. If he names it after himself, they'll... But if they name it after Melania, that'll be there forever. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. How you doing? This is Maria from Tamarack, Florida.
Hey, Maria.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing. How are you?
I'm good. I'm blessed.
That's right.
I'm blessed. I was trying to call Friday, but I couldn't get through. It was so busy, so I just hung up the phone because your line was packed.
Mm-hmm.
But I was trying to call to find out what is wrong with the Democrat Party. Like, what is wrong with this thing with the Democratic? Because I'm not going to call them a Democrat Party. I'm just going to call them Democrats.
Well, you've got to understand, the Democrats are terrible, evil people. They used to own your great-grandparents, okay? Right?
Yeah, I know.
So you're dealing with really low-life people.
Yeah. I'm so sick of them. You're talking about, the president or the Republican closed down the government. No, the Republican can be blamed for a lot of stuff, but not the shutdown.
Maria, I just looked at the clock. I'm late for the break. My apologies. So I got to cut it short. But yeah,
okay.
But I appreciate the call. Thanks so much. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll take our bottom of the hour break or be right back. Now, I want to remind you guys that it is Medicare open enrollment period. So if you're a Medicare recipient, if you're 65 years of age or older, this is the one time of year you can make changes to your existing Medicare plan. Chapter covers all 50 states. So no matter where you are in the United States, Chapter can help you with your Medicare. And by the way, the help is always free. It won't cost you a dime. When you call, you're going to get a real live agent on the phone. Okay? And because they're a national company in all 50 states, they have access to all the over 24,000 Medicare policies out there. The average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. They'll review your policy, make sure you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to. Millions of seniors are not getting all their Medicare benefits. They'll make sure you're getting them. Also a lot of companies are pulling out of Medicare at the end of the year. So if you're happy with your policy, still call. And they'll review your policy to make sure it's going to be in place after the year is over. And remember, open enrollment is the only time of year that you can make changes to your existing Medicare plan. Okay, once open enrollment is over, you are locked in with what you got. So give them a call. The number's on the screen, 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. That's 805-754-3033. All right. Where are we? We'll be back in about a minute. If you're on hold, hang in there. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's Greg.
Oh, hey, Greg. What's up?
Yeah. Listen, your hatred for Curtis Sewell is, like, extraordinary. The guy is a great American.
Yeah. He is.
You know, who helped clean up New York.
Yeah. But now he's helping trash. Think about this. He did help clean up New York, and he was a great man and did great things. But now what he's doing is he's helping to bring crime back to New York. He is basically working for Mamdani on this at this point with what he's doing.
Well, did you yesterday indicate that Cuomo? You shift like on a dime. Cuomo has an 11-point lead. You said yesterday
among New Yorkers who are born in the United States, but he's losing among foreign-born New Yorkers, and overall the natives are outnumbered by the foreigners. So he's behind in the overall poll.
By how many points?
Oh, double digits.
Because you know what?
It's around. No, you just weren't listening. You called yesterday. You were a little tired. Must have had a rough night. But no, they did. There was a poll out. I went over it, and they did a poll of New York voters who were born in the United States, and then and that same pollster also did a breakdown on New York voters who were born in other countries. You know, and he was several points ahead. I can't remember offhand right now. It's on my X. He was ahead among U.S.-born New Yorkers, but double-digit behind among the foreign-born. And you put it together, he's behind, give or take 10 points, depending on the poll. Overall,
well, I wouldn't give up on Cuomo. I wouldn't give you're already throwing in the towel.
Are you kidding? I've been covering Mamdani for days. I mean, I feel like it's wasted breath.
You're throwing in the towel, saying you're throwing the towel like he's going to be the next mayor. I wouldn't give up so soon. New Yorkers, he's being exposed for a lot of things, which you talk about, and you're indicating, I guess, what you talk about has no bearing whatsoever.
Well, yesterday I was playing some of the audio and video earlier. They had a massive ICE raid in New York City yesterday, and it was about 4 p.m. It was going on during rush hour, and the just the regular New Yorkers walking the streets went into immediate Antifa mode and started attacking the ICE agents. The people in New York are crazy Democrat liberals.
I thought you just said earlier they're paid protesters.
No, it depends on where you are. Some of them are. See, you only listen with half an ear.
You're all over the place.
No,
Brian.
you're just
You're
not.
like,
no,
they're
no.
New
Are you?
Yorkers,
Let me
but now
ask
they're
you.
pro.
You've been calling. You've been calling for a long time. We all grow older. Do you have like Alzheimer's now?
First of all, you got to pronounce it correctly, okay?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Do you have any other cognitive issues? I was talking about a pay. I was talking about a pay. Excuse me. I have talked about many different things, and you're confusing who and what and when I was talking about. You've taken about a half dozen different stories I've covered over the last few days and put them into one as if I was talking about the same thing. This is not the normal Greg 2. There's some cognitive things going on with you. You okay?
Now you're an expert.
I'm noticing. No, listen. What I'm telling you is, I have noticed a cognitive decline with you, at least in this call. Your inability to figure out what I'm talking about. You have taken several different stories I've talked about, combined them into one discussion, like the polls, the paid protester in Portland that I covered. These things. So there's
No, I didn't bring up Portland at all. You brought that up.
No,
I didn't bring up
you
Portland.
see, you don't even know what I was talking about. You just seem confused to me.
No. What I'm saying is, previously on your show, you showed a reporter that shows people that are getting paid in New York City that travel all over the country.
That was separate from the raid yesterday.
But were they in New York, paid protesters?
That one I think was in Portland. That particular woman, I could be wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that the protesters yesterday, were they paid or those New Yorkers?
There was a mix. There was a mix because.
There's a mix.
No, there was a
right.
mix.
You're
A lot of them. No, I'm not all over the place.
They
did a raid in rush hour on Canal Street in New York City. So a lot of regular New Yorkers were freaking out, but there were a couple of people who told the reporter that they were at their whatever their liberal group is, and they got an alert that this was going on and came on down. Many years ago.
You know what? Canal Street is not for New Yorkers. New Yorkers don't go to Canal Street. That's a tourist trap.
Whatever. It doesn't change the fact that there was a massive ICE raid of these illegal Africans who were selling counterfeit designer goods. All right. Hey, listen, I appreciate the call. What do you guys think? Does he seem a little off to you, Greg, too? It doesn't seem his normal self. It just doesn't seem right. You're on the air. What's your name? He could be tired. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, it's Bob from Boise. And we should name the ballroom the Felon and the Euro Trash Illegal Immigrant Ballroom after Trump and Melania.
I'm not. What is? Trump. I'm a little confused by that. Euro trash. What does that mean? What does that mean? Euro trash.
Trash from Europe.
If she's trash, why is it that every time you call, you're talking about her in a degrading way? Now I know what your problem is with Trump. You've got a thing for Melania, and he's got her. Because every call no, you're not talking. I'm talking. Are you kidding me? Have you noticed that with him? Every time that guy calls, he's talking about Melania in a very nasty way. Now we know why. He wants her, and he can't have her, and Trump's got her. That's it. Now we finally figured that. See, you talk to these people long enough, and you start to realize what they're all about. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So, we figured these guys, but something's up with Greg. Now, yesterday he called in early, and he seemed like he was asleep. If you remember that, right? He sounded like he was asleep if you heard that call. Yesterday afternoon, I got an amazing call on my podcast. I'm going to tell you guys, I don't often tell you guys to do this, but my podcast yesterday, it's I was talking in detail about the ballroom issue. I got into a lot of detail about that, and I'm going to upload it to the podcast platforms when I get off the air today, but it's on YouTube right now. I got a call on yesterday's show from an IDF soldier. He just called me out of the blue. He's a listener. And he was at the music festival on October 7th during the attack. And not only has he been fighting in Gaza, he was on the protective detail with J.D. Vance and Jared Kushner yesterday. And he was also there the other day in Gaza when they had to take down those Hamas people that crossed that yellow line towards the Israeli soldiers. He was there. And it was an amazing call. And he's suffering from PTSD from between the music festival and the fighting in Gaza and this incident at the yellow line yesterday he was at. You could tell. I mean, he is dealing with tremendous PTSD and tremendous guilt. Because it's been a pretty rough war, but it was a fascinating call. So if you normally listen to my podcast, which you all should be doing, by the way, check that one out yesterday. My podcast, the Brian Craig Show podcast, is on all podcast platforms. So just search for the Brian Craig Show wherever you get podcasts. It'll come up. It's already on YouTube, and it's the show. I'm going to upload it to the podcast platforms when I get off the air today. But it's on, it's about the White House renovations is what the beginning of it is about, and I cover a lot of things on that. But this period of winning, the only thing they have that they grab onto that they really tried is blame Trump for Russia. And the Russian-Ukraine war is the gift that keeps on giving, right? I mean, Putin's called off the meeting. We just got to wash our hands of it. I really think, I don't know. President Trump knows more about what's going on than any of us know. But President Trump, a while back, he had a great plan, and Zelensky rejected it. It was when they had that meeting at the White House, and Brian Glenn was giving Zelensky a hard time about the suit, and JD was poking him and all that. But President Trump wanted Ukraine to give us mineral rights to this one region along the front lines and create kind of like a DMZ with American workers and companies living in this one area in East Ukraine where these men, and he didn't want to give us the rights. There was a lot of, he said he would, he said he wouldn't, and it's been all up in the air. The only thing I could think of to do in Ukraine that would work, because Putin is completely insane, and maybe he's too insane to do this, but the way that we're being taken over by Muslims and others is they're just moving here. What would happen if we did move American companies into Ukraine en masse with American workers? Do you think if we had that mineral deal that President Trump wanted with Ukraine, and we had thousands of American workers there, do you think that would stop Putin? Or would he continue military action and risk killing American civilians? We don't want soldiers on the ground because we don't want to, instigate a war. But I don't even know if we should do that. But Putin said yesterday, Russia said yesterday that they want to conquer Ukraine. They just want it. And that's their ultimate goal, and they're not going to stop. It's a sad situation. It really is. And Biden is the fault that this war happened. And now they're trying to blame Trump for it. I think Trump's done everything you could possibly imagine to try to end this war. I think he's done a pretty good job, but you're dealing with a lunatic on both sides, but Putin's crazier. Because if Putin would agree to end the war, I'm 100% confident that that Zelensky would go along with it, with Trump. I'm 100% confident. Now, I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas. Oh, man, Jupiter Joe Thomas offers free consultations that you can take advantage of no matter where you're located, on the phone, on Zoom, or in person if you're local. Go talk to him about annuities. Annuities are amazing. They're just amazing. You know, I know so many people, they have investment properties. That's such a hassle. You got to collect rent. You got to deal with renters. You got the property taxes. You got the insurance. You got to maintain the place. You know, people get... Now, I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm not giving financial advice. Jupiter Joe Thomas is a financial advisor, okay? He gives you the financial advice. But before I would dump a bunch of money in real estate and deal with renters and homeowners associations and insurance and maintaining the place or going Airbnb with it, I'd put the money in an annuity, right? Your money's safe and you got that revenue stream coming in and there's no overhead with it. You got your money there. It's safe. You're not going to lose your money with whatever happens. An annuity seems a better investment to me personally than a rental property. That's just me. But again, I'm not the financial advisor. You can talk to Jupiter Joe Thomas. He'll give you the financial advice. But, you know, Joe was in studio last week, and I asked him this question. When somebody has a 401k, when they retire or leave their job, what's the plan for that? Right? Exactly. You're not generating an income stream with your 401k. What are you supposed to do? Cash it all out and then what? Spend it down in a bank account? You know, Joe Thomas talks a lot about taking your 401k, even if you're still working, and transferring that money into an annuity. I did not know that your employer is charging you fees on your annuity, on your 401k. It's crazy. Or maybe you have one of those financial advisors that you're losing money with. You know, a lot of people, they don't like to break up with their financial advisors. They got a financial advisor, they're losing money for years, and they just can't get themselves to break up with the guy or the woman. You don't have to deal with that. You tell Joe Thomas you want to transfer your 401k into an annuity, or you got an account with an advisor you're not happy with, and you want to transfer that into an annuity. He handles everything for you. Everything. You don't have to get involved at all. You just got to sign a paper to do it. Give him a call and set up your no-charge consultation. And by the way, Joe Thomas, after that consultation, will put a custom proposal together for you. Here's his number, 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. If you missed the number, just go to his website, jupiterjoe.com. We'll be right back. Gotta listen to this before I play it on the air. I don't have time. I saw this audio I want to play. I got to listen to it before I play it on the air to make sure there's no profanity for the radio.
What do you think worst case scenario is in the Trump administration going forward?
I think the worst case scenario is that we get 1930s Germany flat out, straight up. We just get 1930s Germany all over again. There's only white people, no transgender people, no minorities, only straight white upper class men are able to exist and are able to wreak havoc on the rest of society. That's the way I think that this could get worse. If you don't know, about over 1,500 immigrants have gone missing from Alligator Alcatraz, and not to about a 40-minute drive from there is the University of Miami. And at that university, they're doing human trials on for Neuralink chips in brains, and I believe that.
Hello? Yeah. What? Okay. What number? Okay, I'll call him at 8. Okay, bye. I'm just queuing some things up for the next segment. We'll be back in less than a minute. Stand by, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. You know, when we talk about what's going on in these New Yorkers yesterday, during that ICE raid, most of them were regular people, okay, that were just walking home from work because it was rush hour. And they turned in, it was like zombies, right? They just turned into zombies when they saw illegals being arrested. And, liberals are so brainwashed in the education system and in our society. I saw this interview online. I want to share it with you. We haven't heard about Alligator Alcatraz in a while. And liberals have their own reality that they live in, right? Liberal land. They live in liberal land. They have this alt reality, and it's bizarre. This is a white girl. She's talking about some craziness and gets into Alligator Alcatraz and what's happening there. Listen.
What do you think worst case scenario is in the Trump administration going forward?
I think the worst case scenario is that we get 1930s Germany flat out. Straight up, we just get 1930s Germany all over again. There's only white people, no transgender people, no minorities. Only straight, white, upper class men are able to exist and are able to wreak havoc on the rest of society.
I mean, and in her mind, that's where does she get that from? You know where she gets that from? MSNBC and her college professor.
That's the way I think that this could get worse. If you don't know, about over 1,500 immigrants have gone missing from Alligator Alcatraz, and not to about a 40-minute drive from there is the University of Miami. And at that university, they're doing human trials on for Neuralink chips in brains, and I believe that's where they're going, is they're being used as human experiments for brain chips.
At the University of Miami in Coral Gables. Oh, my goodness. And as nutty as that sounds, she believes that in her heart and in her liberal brain. She believes that's true. That they're doing Goebbels experiments at the University of Miami with the Neuralinks. Oh, my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, I'm calling from Delaware, and I'm calling to see if you're sniffing coke on air still.
Sniffing coke? Why would I do something illegal like that?
When you duck down, you sniff coke, and you come back up, little white lines.
I tell you what, you got a picture. You've got a video or a picture.
Trump,
excuse me, you're on hold. If you have a video or a photograph of me smoking or snorting coke, oh, he hung up. If you got a picture or video of me snorting coke, send it to me. I'll show it online. I'll post it on my X. Not AI, it's got to be me. Oh, my goodness. We're doing something right, man. If you've noticed today, because we're coming up on the third hour. I started today at 5 a.m., right? have you noticed that the liberal callers are devolving? And I think a lot of it has to do with, well, we're winning, but they have these talking points that I've been shooting them all down. And I wish I could tell you it's difficult to shoot down these liberal talking points they have these days, but it's not that difficult, right? The ones I've been going through today. Now, Jean-Pierre, did you see Jean-Pierre yesterday? She's promoting her book, and she got a new wig. And I think she looks very weird. I think she looks very weird in the new wig. But I think she's auditioning to get a show on MSNBC. Let me play this clip. This is Jean-Pierre in her new... Now, again, you ladies out there, I don't know if it's a... Is it a wig? Is it a weave? Is a weave different than a wig? I don't know about all these things. But it doesn't look like it's really natural because I can kind of see underneath it. And it looks like she has like a crew cut underneath this thing. But anyway, here's Jean-Pierre in her new wig yesterday.
How to move forward. And for me, as a black woman, as a person who's also LGBTQ...
You know, enough of this. No one cares about if you're black or LGBTQ plus anymore, okay?
I feel as if those communities that I am part of largely get taken for granted. And I see that today in groups that are being thrown under the bus for a short-term win.
Now I want you to understand that the Secretary of the United States Treasury Department is openly gay. So we got the LGBTQ people taken care of there.
And it is not the big tent party that I loved and enjoyed and was part.
Now she's talking. Now this is she talking about the Democrats or the Republicans? The big tent's Reagan. What is she talking about?
Win. And it is not the big tent party that I loved and enjoyed and was part of and fought for. And so for me, Democrats. I want to start a conversation with how do we fix this? The system is indeed broken. The two-party system is not functioning in the way where our democracy is being protected right now.
You know, this is a very interesting interview because she's talking about I did not know the Democrat Party was a big tent party, but she's left the Democrat Party, Jean-Pierre. And it looks like the Democrats are giving up on the Democrat Party. And they're looking for a way to move on to someplace else. This is great. As we're approaching the midterms, this is the most awesome thing you could possibly imagine. I want to talk about Life Imaging FLA. Oh, man. Life Imaging FLA. They're so amazing. You know, I went in there a couple weeks back and I got my heart scan, my full body scan, and the cancer scan. And I have the heart of a 25-year-old, no plaque and no blockage. And I tell you, I was sweating. We're going to have someone in studio next week from Life Imaging FLA. They'll tell you I was sweating because I just assumed I was going to have like 80% blockage, and I didn't. And I also have no cancer, so I'm going to be here for a long time. I'm very, very healthy. But, you know, they find people have over 80% blockage all the time, and even cancers. So I got peace of mind and got my life back, and a big weight off my back has been lifted thanks to Life Imaging FLA. By the way, they have locations in Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach County, but they're also saving lives every day. You know, they can detect some cancers before anybody even has any symptoms, and they find blockage and things all the time as well. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan now with just a few minimum requirements, valued at $699. Pick up your cell and dial pound 250 and say free heart scan. That's pound 250 and say free heart scan. Pound 250 and say free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. 1 hour to go. It's the Steve Kane Show. Back after this. Hello? You there? Are you there? I can't hear Steve. Okay. Only got a minute. Okay, you're too far from the phone. You're like on the speaker, like the speaker phone's on. Oh, the other phone? Okay, I'll call that one. Okay. Okay, you there? Yeah, okay, that's better. I can hear you now. Okay. Did you have anywhere you wanted to go? Or Okay. Okay, all right, hold on. I'll put you on hold. We're going to be back in just under 2 minutes. Okay, hold on. Okay, are you there?
I'm here.
We got about 30 seconds. Hold on.
Okay. This will be interesting.
Hold on.
This will be interesting.
Oh, I can't find this story.
You got this, babe.
Okay, hold on. We got 20 seconds.
Okay.
Down?
Yeah.
All right, welcome back. The final hour of today's show has begun. I'm Brian Craig. Steve Kane is here. Hey, Steve.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. You've been off for a while.
I've been resting and recuperating and rejuvenating, and I'm ready to go.
Okay. All right. Did you have somewhere you wanted to go, or did you? Because there's a lot going on.
I mean, I was just kind of ask you a question. Well, what do you see happening here? Let's assume it's the day after the election. I think it's safe to assume. Well, have we all in agreement that Manzani is going to be the mayor?
It looks like it. Yeah.
Okay. So what does it look like the day after? What's the future of New York after that?
Well, my guess would be that there'll be a massive crime wave. A massive crime wave.
See that.
It'll be one of those celebrations like you see like in Canada when a hockey team wins and they tear up the city. It'll be something like that. It'll be like do you think
that there is going to be chaos?
Yes. Yeah. Because he's running on legalizing misdemeanors, which includes assault and theft up to $1,000.
I've been watching some of these other places like Portland and everything. They basically have the active city government in Portland, Oregon, is at war with the feds. It's basically a war. There's no law and order, no structure, no nothing.
Have you seen any of the video of the ICE raids on Canal Street yesterday? On TV.
They all have. I've been watching a lot of television.
This is really.
They're all blending in together.
Well, yeah.
It just looks like one war.
Well, what happened in New York City yesterday? Okay, around 4 p.m. during rush hour, ICE did a raid where they had all these. As far as the eye could see down the sidewalk on Canal Street, you had illegal African men sitting on the ground. Each one had their own little couple of squares there where they were selling the counterfeit designer bags like Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and all that stuff, you know?
Right.
And ICE did a raid there. And they arrested these guys in huge numbers. Some of them ran away with pulling their carts of counterfeit material. They were chased down and everything else.
Were these immigrants?
They're illegals. Yeah, they're illegals. And ICE was there. But the illegals that were being arrested by ICE, they didn't resist. Some of them ran away, but the ones they got into the paddy wagon. But it was during rush hour, and the regular New Yorkers that were just walking home from work, it's like a switch was turned on, and they all turned into like Antifa. And they started surrounding and attacking the ICE agents, laying down
the way I would describe, I know what you're talking about, and the way I would describe it is basically there's a war going on between the federal government. It's a civil war. It's that simple. There's the government has given up all pretense at trying to maintain order.
Yeah.
And they're basically the local federal government is at war with the in Portland case, the Portland police.
What I think will happen what these cities are in open rebellion against the federal government. The Democrats have formed a new confederacy. It's Chicago,
Portland certainly is.
Portland, Chicago, California, and New York. And this is what I think is going to happen in New York. Okay, let me put you on hold a second. We got like 10 million calls coming in. Okay, are you back with me, Steve? Okay, I got you. Okay, here's what's going to happen in New York, I think. When this raid this ICE raid on the streets during rush hour, the regular New Yorkers just instinctively went nuts at ICE, attacking them and everything else, and they arrested a lot of people on the street. This is what I believe is going to happen. Unlike Portland and Chicago, this is the president's hometown, New York City. And I know that he's seen the videos that I've seen of the immigration raid that they did yesterday on Canal Street. He probably loves it, so he's going to tell them to quadruple down on it. When Mamdani wins and becomes mayor, there's going to be they're going to start going. These Democrats in New York City are going to start going nuts. Okay, they're going to start going nuts. And when and the president's going to send the feds into New York, like he did in D.C. and take over. That's what's going to happen. New York is going to yes. New York is going to completely collapse into anarchy because these Mamdani people are going to think, okay, we can do crime now, we can assault people now, we can shoplift up to $1,000 now, and no one can touch us because the mayor says it's okay to do these things. And it's going to be out of control. It's going to be on television. And the president's going to send the feds in, including the army, and he's going to take over New York.
It's basically what we're looking at now, and it's going on already.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's what I think is going to happen.
I'll tell you something that I've foreseen coming for a long time. You know, knowing Trump as well as I do, Trump's always looking for the angle to stay on top and to be in control. And what he's going to do is he's going to take over the budget. He's going to cut New York off as far as federal money goes. And New York is not going to be able to run without federal money.
You know what I wonder? You know, Richie the bus driver called me the other day.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I was talking to Richie the bus driver about this the other day because this is his area of expertise is driving a city bus, right? Mamdani's talking about the buses being free, right? You don't have to pay to ride the buses. So I talked to Richie about this the other day because he was caught off guard by it, but he brought up some very interesting points. He said what will happen is, especially because we're getting into the colder months now, He said the city buses will become mobile homeless shelters. All the homeless people, they're going to go on the bus and ride it all day and night around the city. And they're going to turn in. So I'm wondering, could you imagine what it's like for the bus drivers? Could we see strikes in New York? Like, would the bus drivers go on strike if that happened? Would would city workers not put up with this crap?
I don't know that from a labor point of view, it's going to be that clearly defined. But I do know that New York. It's my theory. I'm presupposing this for anybody in the audience who wants to call in and agree or disagree and give us your thinking. But basically, what's going to happen is I don't think New York City can survive without federal funds.
Correct.
And it's going to be a war between the feds and the locals, and Donald Trump is going to be leading the federal army.
And then they'll find some Obama or Biden judge to try to think that they're the president and say he's got to give them money. But yeah, he'll cut off all their federal funds. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
See,
and then New York will be in chaos, and
there's
anybody's guess from there.
There's one thing though that I don't think people are counting on, and there's a possibility with Mamdani. Okay, he's an idiot. He's dumber than Dinkins. Okay, but the people around Mamdani may not be so stupid, and he may bring in some of his Islamic competent people to fulfill his ridiculous agenda to bring about the downfall and Islamification of New York City. So who knows? But it's going to be. I would not go to New York. I wouldn't go. It's
going to be like Portland.
Yes,
I mean,
that's right.
Portland is the most clearly defined case of the local government setting up in opposition to a state government.
That's right.
And that's what's going to happen.
That's
in New York.
exactly right. Now,
and the result will be one word: chaos.
Yeah. Now, your wife left town and she's visiting. What's that Muslim country she went to?
No, it's not that bad.
Yeah, she flew into a Muslim city, London. Your wife flew to. Your wife's in England, right? I don't know, Steve. She might come back in some funny clothes. But your wife did something. I don't know if you're familiar that she did this before you left.
Okay.
I'll tell you what.
I can't wait.
Well, it can't be that bad, or I'd tell you off the air, right? But I'm doing a spot. I'm cleverly transitioning into a spot. Your wife called me. Your wife called me before she left. She was at the dealer getting a tune-up on your Toyota Highlander, and she needed new tires, and they gave her a price. Right. And she said, "Do you think Friendly Tire will be able to beat this?" I said, "Are you kidding? You could buy a car for what they wanted for tires." But anyway, she went over to Friendly Tire. And Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire, she got four brand new tires for hundreds of dollars less than the dealer wanted for two. She got four brand new tires for hundreds of dollars less than what the dealer wanted for two tires. And
because this was right before she left, and she was amazed. She was astounded. She couldn't believe it.
So I went over and talked to Mike, and I said, "Hey," is that some special deal you gave her because she's Steve Kane's wife? He says, "No, that's what everybody gets. It's that low. It's that low." So listen, if you need tires, we have listeners that drive over an hour each way to Friendly Tire. The prices are that good. Some of our listeners that come on our MAGA cruise every year that drive from out of town, they drive to Florida, they get tires when they head back home, right? We had one listener, Steve, he bought 2 sets of tires. He got 4 new tires, then he bought another set to take back to New York and keep in his garage, when he needs new tires down the road. The deals are that good at Friendly Tire in Margate. Give Friendly Mike a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. We'll be right back. All right, I'm going to put you on hold, Steve. I got to get Barry. Hold on. Hey, Barry, it's Brian. Hey, Barry, hold on. All right. Steve, you there?
I sure am.
Okay, we got Barry when we come back.
Okay.
Okay, and that'll be in just over a minute. Okay. I heard a noise and I went out to see what it was. I didn't know what it was.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm buying a 12.
Probably just a member of the local militia.
I'm buying a 12 gauge this week. I'm all excited. Okay, let me get Barry here. Hold on. Hey, Barry, we got 30 seconds, Barry. Yeah, Barry, we have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Hey, Barry.
Steve, how's it going?
It's going great. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, good to hear your voice too. You sound good. Everything all right?
Feeling good. Feeling great.
Good. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hopefully we can make that.
It's been a while. Been a while.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah.
Stand by. Welcome back. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian. Steve's here, and it's time to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Hey, Barry, I wanted to ask you a question about trust before you get into what you had today.
Sure.
And this is, well, I guess I'm soliciting some free legal advice, but no, there's someone in my family. They have a trust, and they have an account that they didn't have when they got the trust. And they want to add it to their trust. And I was wondering, what's the process for that? Because, people get, you offer free reviews on people's revocable living trust, even if they were done by another attorney or another law firm or something. And that's one of the big things you look for. People have things that aren't in the trust because they've acquired something new since they put the trust together. What's the process with that when somebody has to put something in the trust that wasn't there when they got the original trust?
Yeah, well, first of all, when we review a trust, we're not just reviewing it between the four corners of the document to see how it's written. That's certainly part of it, and make sure that the choices made in it are still the accurate choices that the person would want at this time. But we also look at whether or not their assets are properly titled in their trust. Sometimes we get people who come in with trusts that had not put any assets into their trust.
Oh, my goodness.
So, yeah, but to answer your question, if you're talking about a financial account, some kind of bank account or a brokerage account, for example, it's just paperwork. There's transfer letters that are prepared that get filled out with the account number, the name of the bank or financial institution, and it's just a letter that essentially is saying change the name or the title on this account from my name to my name as trustee of the trust, or to our name as husband and wife to our name as joint trustees.
Oh, that seems pretty simple.
Of our trust.
So you're not redoing a whole.
Yeah.
You don't have to redo a whole trust. You're just adding. You're putting something in the name of the trust or whatever the proper term
Right.
is.
Yeah, and you can add things. You could remove things. You could spend the assets, invest the assets. So once it's in there, you still have full control. So
there you go.
Just need to make sure it's in there so it doesn't go to probate, and so you don't have to deal with potential guardianship if there's incapacity issues. So yeah,
that's good. That's good information. All right. So, and by the way, I'm not just soliciting legal advice for no charge, because the Siegel Law Group will review your trust at no charge, as we said, even if it was done by another law firm or attorney. So, what did you have for us today, Barry? I got us off.
Today was just going to be another reminder about today's 5 p.m. Medicaid seminar. And when we say a Medicaid seminar or Medicaid workshop, we're talking about really a workshop about planning for long-term care, planning for how you're going to pay for it, planning on how you're going to pay for it so you don't end up spending down all your assets. And really, I just got a text or a message on Facebook or somewhere last night where somebody was concerned about there's a lot of myths out there about Medicaid.
Yeah.
Where they think, for example, if they're going to go to a facility that accepts Medicaid, that it's going to be some horrible
place that's very different than ones that are not Medicaid.
Yeah.
And the truth is, there are facilities that accept Medicaid that are okay. There are some that are not okay, and also ones that are private pay that are okay, and some that are not okay. And it's really about doing your research, doing your homework, and figuring out what is the right fit for the person as far as the care, as far as proximity to family, as far as it, passing the smell test, all those kinds of things. But there's a lot of other myths and misconceptions out there, and we cover that in the workshop. And really, it's a huge mistake. The biggest misconception that people have is that they think that they have too much, that they cannot get it. And the truth is, most of you who can hear my voice right now could qualify. Not all of you, but most of you. And if you had the knowledge and understood a few of the things that we cover in this workshop, a little light bulb is going to go off, and you're going to be like, "Oh my God, we need to make sure that we may need to do this or that."
Absolutely.
To make sure that we're ready so we can qualify in the future and not be in danger of spending down your assets and going broke or leaving your spouse broke.
And by the way,
that
that Medicaid planning also covers at-home care, right?
Yeah, home care, assisted living, nursing homes. And when we say cover, it covers to a different extent each one of them.
Yeah.
For a nursing home, it could cover practically the entire amount. So, for example, if a nursing home was $15,000 a month and your income was $3,000 a month, you would pay most of that $3,000 a month towards the nursing home, and Medicaid would pay the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pretty significant monthly savings of roughly $12,000 a month.
Absolutely.
Who wouldn't want to save $12,000 a month?
And I'll tell you, I've been to many of your seminars and workshops over the years, and recently, in the last few months, I've been to 2 of your Medicaid seminars, and I got to tell you, I was blown away. I mean, I'm not the lawyer. I'm not giving legal advice, but you qualify unless your name's like Trump or Kennedy, Or, you're pretty much. I mean, I was amazed at what situation a family could be in and still qualify for this. Where's the workshop today? Is it in Boca at your office or somewhere else?
It's in Boca at the Spanish River Library.
Oh, yes.
At 5 o'clock p.m.
Okay, so, now we were talking about this yesterday. The Spanish River Library in Boca at 5 p.m. and it's right off of I-95, but it's on Spanish River. What's the closest intersection, Barry?
Well, it's right by Spanish River and Military, practically right off of there.
Yeah.
And and as you said, it's right off of the I-95 ramp at Spanish River as well. So it's right there. It's very easy access. So if anybody wants to attend, I believe we still have some room. You can call our office and register. Please, if you're planning to come, register so we know that you're coming, and hopefully we'll see you there and give you some education that can help protect your assets for you and your loved ones.
Well, listen, call the Siegel Law Group. It's 855-FLA-3782, 855-FLA-3782, and online, siegellawgroup.com. All right, Barry, we'll talk on Friday.
All right, thanks so much, Brian.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we're back. Yeah, so New York is a mess. It's just a mess. It's going to have to be taken. I just don't think President Trump's going to let that happen because it's his hometown. And think about it. And it's not only his hometown, it's where he's got his signature properties there, like the Trump Tower.
But as I try to put it together in my mind, and I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this, it's going to be a battle of budgets.
Yes.
That's going to be it. Because that's the only control that Trump really has in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and he's going to use it. And it's going to be ugly.
Yeah. Well, I'll enjoy watching it on television because it could be the beginning of the end of liberalism. Before you joined us, I played a clip of Jean-Pierre from MSNBC. Jean-Pierre's left the Democrat Party. She's quit it. And the way she's talking, they're looking to start a third party, like the Democrats are abandoning their own. So there's a major split in the Democrat Party, a major split. And that's when Republicans can win in some of these blue areas. But Steve,
they haven't. Yeah, go ahead.
This, what President Trump is doing, like Memphis, Tennessee, is like a crime-free zone now, and it had a high murder rate. It's not being reported; it's being covered up. It's amazing. When we get into the midterms, which are just over a year away, these blue cities, a lot of them are going to be crime-free because of Trump. And these blue cities very well could go Republican in the midterm elections. And New York could be one of them because things are going to get so bad on a dime in New York with Mamdani because these bad, and what do they call them on the news? These bad actors are going to take a Mamdani victory as a free pass to do whatever they want to do and turn it into an anarchy.
Mamdani is going to try to do it as best he can, but do you think he's got the leverage without the money from the government? Do you think he can?
I don't think he cares. I don't think he. I think he is. He's got the brain of AOC. He's got the mind of.
It's going to be, but it's going to be when this thing takes up after the election. It's going to be Mamdani versus Trump.
That's right.
That's where the battle's going to be,
mm-hmm.
and I don't see Mamdani winning that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's thinking far enough ahead as to he just wants the job, and I don't think he's thinking about how it's going to be when he gets it. I don't think he's that smart. I just don't.
Well, look, some of the people around him are pretty smart cookies.
Yep. You know, I want to tell people a bit here about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You know, a lot of people, I was talking about this earlier. A lot of people are going out and getting these shots. And you can tell from a mile away when someone's on those weight loss shots. Like, because you've had like more cosmetic surgery than anyone I've known. You used to get it like every other day. You're getting cosmetic surgery, right? And yeah. Remember that time you got the hair transplants and you were yelling at a caller and they started bleeding on the air? Oh my goodness. Steve got hair transplant surgery, came right to the radio station and started arguing with a liberal. You weren't supposed to do that because the blood was flowing in your head. But
when you have Brian as a partner, nothing is sacred.
But when you, but the thing about a facelift, the worst thing you could say is, what a great facelift. You want it to look natural. And I was talking about Martha McCallum on Fox, just had a whole facelift, face and neck. And you can't tell. She looks great. You can't tell she had a facelift. You know she looks younger. Well, the same is true with weight loss. I see these people on television that are taking those weight loss shots. You can tell them a mile away. They look like Karen Carpenter. I've lost over 35 pounds. I weigh what I weighed 29 years ago when my wife and I got married, and I look natural and great, right? And this is how you want to look. You want to look like me, where you just look great. People aren't like, the most common thing people tell me when they see me after a while is I look younger. You look younger, Brian. And then they'll tell me you've lost a lot of weight. But the first thing they say is you look younger, and natural. Not like these people taking these shots and injections. Call Coastal Weight Loss Secret. See, we have listeners all over the United States that are losing literally a ton of weight with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. So no matter where you are, call them and set up your no-charge consultation. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300, and online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back. All right, I'm going to put you on hold, Steve. Hold on. I'm so far behind on everything. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, guys. All right, we'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. All right, Steve, you there?
I'm here.
50 seconds. And then you want to go to the phones or?
Yeah, let's do it.
Did you hear Greg 2's call?
I think so, yes.
He's off. He called yesterday. He was off too. Huh? All right, hold on. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, 15 seconds. You there, Steve?
I'm with you.
Okay. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve's here. All right, let's go to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Richard Pompano.
Hey, Richard, speak up.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
I can.
Very good. Go ahead.
Right. You know, I think you guys have already answered my question, but when Zamboni, whatever his name is, says there's free buses, prostitution's legal.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
I'm hoping that he's going to lose his mind, don't laugh, invoke Sharia law, and then complete rebellion. My original question was, what can Trump do? Does any of that make sense?
Yeah, no.
One thing, hold on. Have you been listening to the last half hour or so?
Yes.
Well, have you not heard in the last half hour what has to be done what's going to come down right after the election when Montgomery wins?
I don't know if that's
what's going to happen. What's going to happen?
Trump would stop funding the government and send in the troops.
You're not questioning you're not questioning whether he has the power as the commander-in-chief of the country to do it, are you?
If there's complete chaos, can Trump, besides sending in the troops, just create a new mayor who's not lost his mind?
Steve. Hey, listen. Thanks for the call. Steve, things could get so. This sounds crazy. Things could get so bad that Governor Hochul might step in. I know she's a Democrat, but if things get so bad in New York, what is she going to do? Let this incompetent.
When you say Governor Hochul will step in, what you're saying is she will come to the federal government to try to work something out.
Well, I know
she will join forces with the federal government.
I don't know. In Florida, we've seen Governor DeSantis remove from office high-ranking county officials like the Broward County Sheriff and school boards. We've seen him take prosecutors, people that hold elected office. He's removed them from office, right? Because what they did was so bad, right? They couldn't run their whatever they were doing. I could see a similar thing. I mean, I don't, I think it's going to be it's going to be like Port-au-Prince, Haiti in New York City. It's going to be complete anarchy when this guy wins, before he even takes the oath. As soon as starting the next day, it's going to be just complete chaos.
It could be.
And
could be.
And Hochul,
especially if. especially if Mangani doesn't firm up his support with his relationship with the police department.
That's right.
Because they're going to be the ones in charge of putting things back together.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All right, let's go see who else we got on the line here. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning. Hey, listen, I apologize about the other day, Brian. You don't need to put your finger on the dumb button, okay? Listen, quick question. Why is Maldani so popular? That's the question. You know why? Because New York City citizens are tired of all the expensive stuff. And when somebody comes along and says, hey, free bus rides, free, rides on the train, free stuff, as a New York citizen, people like to hear those things, okay? It's a crowded area. It's way too expensive. Steve, you said something that you scared me. You said Maldani and Trump. What is that, the next presidential election? Didn't Trump already have 2 terms?
Oh, well, I happen to be, that's a very interesting thing. I'm so glad you brought that up. I happen to be somebody who, for the longest time, I don't think it's far-fetched that Trump will serve another term. I've been saying that for a while. Remember a couple of...
Right?
Well, they'd have to change the law.
Right?
That's correct.
Well,
That's correct.
Steve, also, too, or you could be in wartime and get elected like, I believe it was Franklin.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what
wartime.
happened. There's no wartime
That's
thing.
Not what happened?
No.
But yes,
no.
There is a wartime president clause in the Constitution.
No.
Yes, there is, Brian.
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. History Buff over here.
Buff.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, Steve, he shouldn't be serving another term, man. He shouldn't do it. That's gonna
We'll pass the advice along.
I think there is more. I think there. Hold on one second, if I might comment on your observation. I said I think there's a lot more things can be done or going to happen before they're going to dissolve into chaos in New York. But in a battle, let me ask you this: in a battle between the forces of Mangani and the forces of Trump, who do you think has the winning hand?
Of course Trump does. Madani's not going to go farther than New York. He's working on New Yorkers' problems, not America's problems, Steve. You see what I mean?
And it's going to stay that way. I agree with you.
Free rides, okay, I'm just saying. That's like Ron DeSantis taking our property tax away by having vacationers pay for it. You know what I mean? That's what he's talking about. And by the way, it's not going to be, in my opinion, if anybody's running, it's going to be Vance versus Newsom. You watch.
Well, I'm telling you, don't count Trump out.
It sounds like you're being.
It's not as far-fetched.
It's not.
I'm saying it's not as far-fetched as some people believe.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
If you think there's chaos, if he sends troops over there, wait till Trump tries to. Well, if he does run for a third election, that's going to be insane.
You sound like you're turning MAGA on us. You're getting red pill.
You mean MAGA? Like some of your callers? I love it. Some of your callers are dead hard MAGA. They call in. They're like, well, we go with that MAGA. It's MAGA, not mega. These people can't even talking about politics and they can't get the word right.
Don't try to cover up for what you said last time. Oh my goodness, you're so pathetic. You're so pathetic. Oh my goodness. He called the other day and did something really bad. We shouldn't even be talking to him, but I'm a forgiving guy. Oh my goodness. We're red pilling lunatics here. We got, that's good. Oh, I got a call yesterday, Steve. This was one of the best calls I've ever got. This war on drugs that President Trump is waging?
Yes.
The president of Venezuela yesterday he has formed an alliance with Colombia. He says he and Colombia are united. An attack on Colombia is an attack on Venezuela. So they're forming an alliance between Venezuela and Colombia against the United States of America. Good luck.
My money's on the U.S.
Yeah, I think so too. Not only are we blowing up their drug boats, he blew up a cartel submarine the other day. They released the video, and it's like a real submarine. It looks like Hunt for Red October. It's like a real submarine from like a real Navy. Not maybe from the 80s, but it was a real submarine. But anyway, I was talking on the air about how cocaine and fentanyl is the major imported drug, right? Because marijuana is pretty much legal now. So they import cocaine and heroin. And I was saying, cocaine and heroin and fentanyl prices there must be massive inflation with them, because he shut down the southern border and he's blowing the boats out of the water. I got a guy called in, Steve. He's a cocaine addict. He called me yesterday, cocaine addict, and
nice.
and now he's been red pilled. He's a Trump guy now. Trump is getting him off cocaine. He said the price. He said for what he used to he's using 1/4 of the cocaine he used to use, because the price has gone up so much, because he shut down the border and he's blowing up the boat. There's been 400% inflation on cocaine, and he's actually, President Trump's war on drugs is his rehab. He's slowly getting weeding off of cocaine because of Donald Trump, a lifelong Democrat. He's getting red pilled. It was a great call yesterday. And he's working to give up that last little bit he's doing, but he's only doing 1/4 of the cocaine he normally did, because it's so much money he doesn't have any money to buy anywhere. Yeah, that's all he can afford to buy now, and it's going to continue to go up in price.
Time.
Well, President Trump he's also a drug rehab program he's got going on here with the inflation on cocaine and heroin. That was a great call yesterday. Some of you guys heard that. I want to talk about the Sloman Shield. This is absolutely amazing. The Sloman Shield is an all-in-one ecosystem that integrates all the smart devices in your house with your Sloman Shield. It connects everything you got: your television, your music, your air conditioner, your alarm, your lights, everything can be connected with just the push of one button. It is amazing. You can set it up where your thermostat goes up when you leave the house and you turn your alarm on, so you're not running your air all day when you're not home. All these different things. There's so many different scenarios you can add. Sloman's also offers 24/7 support. So no matter what day of the week it is, no matter what time, you can always get someone on the phone if you want to add a new device or do some troubleshooting. Give them a call. It works on all the devices you already have in your home. Wow. 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. All right. I'll put you on hold, Steve. We got Youngerman when we get back. Hold on. Hey there, hold on. Okay. All right, Steve, you there?
I'm with you.
Okay, we got 30 seconds. We got Youngerman.
Well, that'll be good news.
Oh, yeah.
I hope.
Hold on. Oh, yeah. All right, welcome back. I'm Brian Steves here. It's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with today's Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking today?
Metals looking somewhat stable, but down still significantly after yesterday's huge, probably the largest one-day loss in the price of gold that I've ever seen in 60 years. So that given the fact that we've run up more than I've ever seen before also. So we've had days when we've gone up over $100, $150 at a crack. So to see a major correction take place was certainly something that we were waiting for, and that's exactly what happened yesterday when gold traded in a range as high as $4,376 and then all the way down to $4,080 before closing out the day at $4,123.70 the ounce, which was down $231.40. Markets were absolutely all over the place, and they were changing as faster than we could update our computers. Silver was down $3.70, closing the day at $48.62 the ounce. Platinum lost $82 at $15.48, and palladium was down $88 at $13.96. Overnight, we saw gold go down and test that $4,000 level that we've seen a couple of tests on, and each time it's held. It did last night also when it got down to about $4,004, and then turned around and went all the way back up, and then has sold off a little bit since then. Right now we're down $73.70 at $4,050 the ounce. Silver down 32 cents at $48.30 the ounce. Platinum down $8 at $1,540, and palladium up $1 at $1,397. So today will be an important day to see if the $4,000 low for gold holds, and if we can start to build back take back some of the losses over this big rally that we've had in the precious metals. So far, we've seen not these kind of dips, but we've seen major dips of over $100, and then see them come right back and rebound to higher numbers. Yeah. So we'll see if that's the case this time. And in the meantime, it's a great buying opportunity for anybody who's been on the sidelines waiting for a pullback. Well, you got one now. And as I said, if 4,000 holds as our support level, then we could see gold building its way back up to that $4,300 number.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, I've talked to you about this a few times, William Youngerman. At the numbers we're at with gold and silver too, but in gold in particular, I think people you got to get used to bigger swings because we're at a bigger number overall, right?
That's correct. You're actually only looking at about a 5% correction in the metals so far.
Yeah.
Silver a little bit more than that, but it's not unusual for markets to correct a solid 10% when you've had a run up like we've seen.
Exactly. Well, listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. You can stop by. He's located in Boca Raton at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, which is immediately east of US 1 Federal Highway, on the south side of Palmetto, on the first floor of the Bank of America building. You can give him a call, 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010. And online, WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day. Thanks.
All right, take care. All right, back to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie.
Hey, Rich. How are you doing?
Good. I'm going to give you the scenario that you're not going to want to hear, but I'm going to tell you what's going to happen here in New York City once this guy's elected.
I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
First of all, nobody's talked about the fact that Chuck Schumer, if he wants to hold his seat, has to fend off the attack of AOC. If New York is successful, and if President Trump goes in there with troops and bails them out, that's the end of Chucky. And I believe.
Well, Chuck, I look at Chuck Schumer as dead man walking at this point. I think he's finished. I don't think there's any question of that.
No, he's not finished if New York fails. If the city fails, Chuck comes out smelling like a rose because he said, "I told you so," and that's the end of AOC. Because when you look at Mandani and AOC, it's like a partnership there. So if New York completely collapses, which I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, I believe that the moderate Democrats, what's left of them, like Chuck Schumer, are going to run to the hills. I think they've already realized they picked the wrong.
Has Schumer endorsed him yet or not?
No. And neither has Hakeem Jeffries.
No.
I am telling you.
All right, hang on one second. When you use the term "run for the hills," specifically, what does that look like? What do you see happening?
It looks like they're going to turn on the left wing of their party totally, and they're going to try to distance themselves from these people that are going to destroy New York. Now, Bill O'Reilly already said when he announced he was even going to run Mandini, his property, he's on the edge of New York, he's outside of New York City, went up 20%. You're going to have, we're already, people are trying to sell their property in New York. The commercial property is going to really empty out. the police department, they've got early retirements, and police are going to be going all over the country because they've got people that are trying to get them in their police departments because they're already trained, like Florida.
That's what they're worried about. That's what they're worried about.
So New York, as you and I, Steve, saw it before, will be completely gone. President Trump will not send in troops unless Mandini begs him, because President Trump is going to want to see. It's going to be the biggest poster child for the Republican Party. It's going to be a big sacrifice, but basically, it's going to kill a left wing, and the Bernie Sanders of this world will be finished. This is actually perfect for Republicans, and for the Democrats, they're not going to take their side. I'm telling you that.
But Richie, let me ask you this though. Two things. When Steve asked you, but maybe you answered it and it didn't compute. Maybe I'm getting like Greg too, with the cognitive thing. When you say Schumer's going to run for the hills, I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, what's he going to do? Just not be public?
Schumer's going to run. Schumer's going to side with President Trump.
Oh my goodness, I can't imagine. Really?
Hypothetically, let me ask you a question. Do you think President Trump?
How do you imagine it?
Schumer, hold it. Do you think President Trump would rather work with Schumer that he's worked with over the years? He might not like him, but do you think he wants to work with AOC, a cocky woman like that?
No.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think if he's the worst, the best of the two evils is Chuck Schumer. And I'm telling you right now, if New York completely collapses, which I see it, nobody's going to buy any city bonds. Everything is going to be garbage all over the place.
But this is going to be. There's a thing. What about the New Yorkers that live there now? They'll gladly live in garbage and deal with this, won't they? Are they going to care?
The ones with money are going to flee like rats. First of all, you have corporations.
All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I want to try to focus this for a minute, Brian. To put it in terms that Brian can understand. I think. What does that mean? I think what you're.
Is that an insult?
What you're saying. Hold on. Can I finish the point?
Yeah, okay.
I think what we're looking at here, and Brian and I use a film model to judge everything by. What we're looking at in the future, if Mondani wins, is Escape from New York. That's what you're looking at.
Exactly.
You're looking at New York becoming a. Go ahead.
New York, they're going to have to put. New York will be a walking prison.
Yeah.
Your subways will be infested. Your bus system will be gone. Your garbage collection, they got a rat problem now. There'll be President Trump, like you said, will not send them federal funds. They're broke already. Nobody's buying city bonds. The police will be. It's going to be a hellhole there. The tourism is going to stop.
Oh, yeah.
I can go on and on and on. And Chuck Schumer does not want to see New York succeed. Believe me, because if New York succeeds under Mondani, that's the end of Chuck Schumer.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at that.
And think about who is he going to appoint to be the police commissioner, right? And things like that.
I have no idea.
It's going to be, oh my goodness, scary.
It's going to be, and you know something, the greatest city in this country will no longer be. You got I told you, corporations are already branched out in other cities.
Yep.
If they start trying to tax them, they'll close up their main headquarters and open up somewhere else. It's going to be a mass exodus.
That's true.
And the only one's going to be left there.
All right, Richard, we got to run, but thanks for calling.
Welfare.
All right, yeah, oh yeah. I want to talk about life imaging FLA. Now, I got the best news in the world that I have no plaque buildup, no blockage, and I have no cancer in my body. And, it's hard for me to describe, Steve, the feeling, because I assumed that I was just going to have a heart attack any day. I've had high cholesterol my whole life. I'm in my 50s, and every doctor I've ever talked to, you're going to have a heart attack. You got to do something about that. You're going to have a heart attack. You're a heart attack waiting. You got to have a heart attack. And I go to Life Imaging FLA, and when I went there, I told them that I expect to go from here to the emergency room, and I'm going to have some stents put in at least. I was expecting like 80% blockage. And when I got the news that I had no plaque buildup and no blockage and no cancer, because they do cancer screening, make sure you ask about that, it's been such a relief, such a weight off my shoulders, because I've just for years thought I was going to have a heart attack any day. And when you have a heart attack in your 50s, that's it. You're done. You get to be your age. You'll survive a heart attack before me, Steve. The older you are, the more likely you are to survive the heart attack. But, you know, when you do the scan, it takes just a few minutes. You don't have to take your clothes off and put on a hospital gown or anything. I wore my shirt, wore my jeans, and everything. I didn't have to take off my watch, okay? So, and it's quick. It's easy. It's in the scan they do is completely open. It's not one of those machines they put you in, those big machines. It's completely open and easy, and it's fast. They have 3 locations, one in Palm Beach, one in Broward, and one in Dade. They can not only detect heart disease and some cancers before you even show symptoms, using only a fraction of the radiation that these CT scans do. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan right now with just a few minimum requirements. It's valued at $699. Pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250. That's pound 250 and then say free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. Pound 250 on your cell phone and say free heart scan. Oh, man. All right, so that's going to be the beginning of something. I mean, you know, it's, what are you going to do? I'm so ticked off at Curtis Sliwa, I can't tell you, Steve. I mean, I just...
Why?
Because these guys wouldn't, the egos, if a few months ago, these other candidates would have joined forces behind one candidate, whether one of them or somebody else, we don't know.
Yeah, but it's a little late for that thinking now.
No, but he's yesterday he was on Fox and he says, anybody offers me a job to drop out, I'm going to call Bragg and report them. That's illegal. That's a bribe. He's so arrogant. You know, and he looked like a dope in the debate with Cuomo and Mamdani. He looked like Admiral Stockdale in that debate. It was pathetic. You know, I'm just mad at the whole situation. I'm mad at Cuomo. I'm mad at him. You know, Steve, over the weekend, Mamdani posted a photograph that he recently took with 2 people in it. I couldn't believe it. This imam in New York who's an unindicted co-conspirator from the first World Trade Center bombing in 93. And then did you see who was on the right side of him, the other side? One of the Central Park 5.
That I missed.
Yes. So he's got the Central Park 5 guy on one side, the unindicted co-conspirator from the 93 World Trade Center bombing on the other, and he's still ahead. I mean, nothing could, you know, I couldn't believe. He's really giving us the middle finger. I dare you, you know. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know, I mean, you know, the Central Park 5, by the way, confessed. They confessed. I don't care what they say now. They confessed. Nothing would get me to confess to that if I didn't do it. I'll tell you that. Oh, boy. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Oh, boy, it went by fast. You know, it did a 4-hour show today. Started at 5 a.m. So, you know, it's been a long 4 hours, but we've had some great calls today. And you guys out there in the listening audience, I got to tell you, the quality of caller to this program has increased many times over in the last few weeks. I've just an upper level quality of caller, and it's nice. All right, you're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. I'm Brian Craig. Steve Kane, of course, has been here. And tomorrow there's going to be some follow-up on the ICE raid in New York City yesterday, which you're going to see on TV today. It was beautiful. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless Charlie Kirk. See you tomorrow, 6 a.m. All right, Steve, I'll call you later.
You got it.
All right, take care. Take care. All right, guys, if you're new, make sure you subscribe, okay? And if you're already subscribed, please like the video and share the video on your socials if you don't mind. All right, guys? All right, I'll see you later on the podcast. Thanks for watching. This is where MAGA comes to talk.